Good morning, staff, council, delegations, signpost. Everyone's here this morning. Welcome to our special council meeting. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9 a.m. on the dot. It's Monday, December the 8th, and I would like to ask for an approval of the agenda, a mover and a seconder. Deputy Mayor Smybert and seconded by Councillor Lockie. All in favor? That carries. Thank you. Any disclosure of pecuniary interest on the part of council? Okay, seeing none. We're going to move to our presentations and delegations. So the first up is Great Lakes Canadian for capital request. Who is speaking? Is it you, Chris? Okay. All righty. Just for moral support. We're a fierce group, so you need moral support. Yeah, so it's the center button right there, and when it's red, you're good to go. So if you're ready, we'll let you make your presentation.
Yeah, we have a
Thanks.
small slideshow that we'll follow as we go, but first of all, we want to say thank you for having us today. And in the past, we've created a great relationship with the rec department and yourselves and being comfortable come and update you on what's going on at the York. And our last presentation in May, we sent a little bit of a soft proposal of expansion, and today we're coming for to get the big ask. So we'll try to click this as we go. Oh, just next slide, yeah. So as we've shown here today, this is we've worked with the architectural firm that developed Royal Field with us that we have a good relationship with. They've put some renderings together of what a potential expansion to a third field out there. It would be an artificial field. A couple things to note on this field would be it would be smaller than Royal, so this would cater to our 14 and under group within the community, which is about 60 to 70% of our teams within Dorchester Minor Baseball would have access to this field, whereas Royal Field is for the older kids. So just in a baseball sense, we'd have a portable mound so we could move it on and off for some to use for the older kids, and then move the mound off to get to access for the younger kids. So it would also alleviate, having a third field would alleviate some of the high traffic that we have at Royal on Field of Dreams, and again in the community fields by the arena. Take another couple angles at it. Next slide. And then get to the why here. So very simply, we've discussed this in the past in our updates with you. Right now, Royal Field and Field of Dreams, the two main fields out of the Arc, are at full capacity. This image kind of captures the KPI that was that the rec department shared with us. Doing the schedule for Dorchester Minor Baseball, I was aware of this usage. It does get difficult at times to get all our teams on the fields. The two main fields, as I said, out at the York, they're full. They're at full capacity. Diamonds 1 through 4 in Harrietsville in town are at 95% capacity. And then we do have some spillover into Thorndale that we share with Thorndale Minor Baseball and some of the user groups out there as well. So as you can see, we're at full capacity for most of them. All this information is brought up our core time, so from 5 o'clock till 11 o'clock during the week and the Saturdays. So that 5% at the community fields will be usually a Saturday or Sunday during the year where there's some usage available. But now with outside user groups and minor baseball growing tournaments and that, it's limited space for sure. One thing this doesn't capture is this is from May until the end of August. One of the more busiest months that we're dealing with now because of the artificial turf out at Royal Field is April. We host all of the Thames Valley School Board's high school baseball out there all the way during the day. If you drive by on a Monday through Friday, they're using Royal Field all day. Our local association minor baseball is on at night now. We can get our teams out earlier. That's the benefit of turf, is our seasons are longer. And then obviously the outside user groups use it significantly in April as well. And it also spills into September and October. Minor baseball is doing all our tryouts now. A lot of our rep tryouts are in the fall. Our Great Lake program runs all the way through middle of October. And then obviously outside user groups are using it. So it's very busy for 7-8 months of the year now. Next slide. So with that, we get to talk about our beloved Blue Jays. We found that every time the Blue Jays, and Adam owns a local business that benefits from baseball being good, the Blue Jays dictate our registration numbers. And I was able to pull from our registration numbers in the past when the Blue Jays had some success in 2015 and 16. And you can see the drastic number within Dorchester minor baseball that it moved. Those teams were great. We were excited to be bandwagon jumpers for those as well, but nothing compares to what we just went through this past year. I don't think as in the baseball world in Canada, I don't think we're really going to understand the impact until we see it over the next couple of years. Adam and I were products of the 92, 93 Blue Jays and grew up loving the Blue Jays and the way they cultivated the entire nation in this last fall was pretty special for all of us. We're going to see a significant increase here. So again, we're going to bust at the seams as minor baseball, and we're going to have limited space to grow. We presented this STEAM report to you, I think 2 council meetings ago or 2 times ago when we met. This one was put together based off a major event that we had last year in out at the Orc. It was probably the most it was one of our biggest events in terms of travel. We had teams coming from BC, Alberta, Quebec. So that in terms of coming across the country, it wasn't our biggest tournament in terms of volume. We've had bigger tournaments in terms of how many teams are there. But you can through Tourism London, Adam has a good relationship with them there, and they put this together for us to give a snapshot of what, in terms of the economic impact of what these tournaments are bringing in. And you can see the bottom line there, almost $380,000 brought into the local area in terms of the economy. And now, as I said, this is one of our tournaments. We host 8 to 10, probably between Great Lake, between the CPBL, and between Dorchester minor baseball. So I think last time we were confident in saying that we're bringing in, the facility brings in over $1 million. I think that's closer down to $1.5 million in terms of the economy locally that it brings in, which leads to my next slide. Though that major tournament that we hosted along with others, we do have to have a little bit of a spill off. We use Woodstock's fields, we use London fields at times to get everybody and hold the capacity. So with an additional field, we'd be able to keep those on site and keep them here in our community. In addition, on the Dorchester minor baseball side, we host our major SummerSlam tournaments. They're a huge fundraiser for us. In the past, we've had 3 weekends where it's just full go. Having a facility like this would only further allow it. The one great thing about turf is by rule, 40% of your games, 40% more of your games are played than on natural surface. So because of rain, because of snow, sometimes in May that we deal with, that gets us to a spot where we're able to play more baseball and give our kids better opportunities. Next slide. So this is where the ask comes in and the numbers. So we presented the budget in our prior in submitting that. We had the same firm that helped us with Royal Field put this together, put a budget together, and they came up with a $1.6 million price tag that it would take on an additional field. That includes a 10% contingency. So, and I think we submitted that paperwork as well, so you can see the breakout of all of the costs there. And then just finally our commitment to it. Next slide, please. So as Great Lake Canadians, we were willing to fundraise and put together $500,000, $500,000 towards the project. We have another $100,000 that we've worked closely with the rec department in the past project with Royal Field, through partnership, through sponsorship, through donations. So our overall total commitment would be $600,000 towards the project. In addition to the finances, Adam and I, Adam's the turf guru, so we spend a lot of time. Poor Andy Jantz is the rec department guy that runs the facility out there, and I think we've become his best friend or his least favorite. I think some days he's probably trying to hide back on the mower and cut the soccer fields when he sees us coming. But we're very hands-on, whether it be our staff, our players, the Great Lake Canadians players, our Dorchester minor baseball coaches. They understand that we're very fortunate to have Royal Field as our home, and it's a prerequisite that they take care of it accordingly. And so our sweat equity in the facility continues to grow. And then in addition, Adam, along with, the Great Lake Canadians at times will donate certain things that are needed out there. Last year, I believe it was $10,000 worth of screens and equipment to host certain events. So in saying that, that's the end of our presentation. That's the meat and potatoes of it. I joke with all my Toronto Maple Leafs buddies when we talk about how poorly the Leafs are doing, and I end with usually just saying it doesn't matter because we're a baseball country now after what the Jays have done to us. So we hope that Dorchester and baseball kind of have come together, and we're the mecca of amateur baseball, and we're hoping to grow on that if we have a chance to.
Well, thank you very much, Chris. And yes, it was a very exciting year with the Blue Jays. So what I'm going to do now is open this up to council. If there are any questions to ask of Adam or Chris, Danielle, Councillor Lockie.
Yeah, good morning, through your worship, to either Chris or Adam. So I see that like a lot of the revenue that's going to be brought in would be through like hotels. So obviously we have no hotels in Thames Centre. So London's going to have a huge benefit. Have we approached the City of London Tourism for funding?
So when we talk with them, we haven't, because unless you give a significant amount of games on their field, they don't really allocate. They don't know where they're staying, right? So if they said more tournaments, let's say at Labatt Park or any others, then they can allocate funds. But until that happens, they just kind of assume that most of the games being played here, they can't really invest into anything as far as fields go. Like they can't put a number to it because of the amount of games that are being played out here.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Thanks. Councillor Crockett.
Just a subsequent question to Danielle's would be approaching Middlesex County. I know that they have their own tourism aspect as well. And if we're going outside of London, just something I think more internally for us to consider. My actual question is what is the lifespan of the turf that's currently in place and then future turf that would be considered?
So I can kind of speak to this. So they tell you it's 15 years. That would be an indoor application. I'll say this, like, because the way Andy, who looks after the field out there, has figured out how to maintain the high wear traffic areas. So he'll go out there yearly and do his maintenance. The actual failure of the turf could be 25 years, right? I've had mine indoor facility for 16 years now, which is more concentrated traffic, and you wouldn't even know that it's more than 5 years old. So it comes down to maintenance, which they do a great job in, and the high traffic just repairs that kind of happen throughout a year, every 2 or 3 years. But a full failure of the system is going to be hard to do just because it's such a big span of space that doesn't really happen.
They talk a lot about baseball being different than soccer too, because there is more movement on a soccer field versus a baseball field. I think that kind of speaks to us being a little bit more sedimentary athletes maybe, but that's the reality is it's not as high traffic on the entire turf. So the high areas around first base, the mound, the batter's box, those are things we just have to replace small fixes as frequently.
And then just total curiosity, where are the turfs made? Like, are they made? Do you have to bring them in internationally, or are they?
Yeah,
okay.
Dalton, Georgia, everything.
Okay.
Okay. Anyone else with questions? Okay, well, I'm not seeing anyone. He always does. He sneaks his hand up there and I miss him. Sitting over there in the corner. Councillor Heeman, go ahead.
Well, thank you for coming here today and presenting. And I think this is an exciting project, and I think it's definitely something that we'd like to welcome into Thames Centre. And I appreciate you listening to my previous comments about arranging for funding. or for fundraising. That is an important part when we have these dialogues going back and forth, that we're both listening. So we will consider this. We do have a pretty hefty budget this year. So I think it will be difficult to try and find room for it in this current climate. And we are still currently holding a large debenture from the original field. So I don't want to lose the momentum on this conversation. And I think it's something that we should probably continue discussing and look at ways we can potentially draw down our debenture on the original field and, maybe continue to workshop this. So again, it's a council decision, but that's coming from the gut right now.
Okay, well, if there are no other questions, then I just want to thank you very much for coming in. And right now, council, we have a motion before us that the presentation by Great Lakes Canadians be received for information, and that the capital request for a proposed expansion at Royal Field ORC be deferred to item agenda 5.2 capital budget deliberations. A mover and a seconder for the motion. Deputy Mayor Smybert, and moved by Councillor Heeman. All in favor? And that carries. Okay, enjoy this frosty day. Okay, the next item on our agenda is 4.2, the Playroom Experiment, also a capital request, and Mr. Primo's here to present. Good morning. You're very enthusiastic on your program, so we've got a long meeting, so we're going to put you on the clock for a little bit here, and
You're the second person that's told me this, just so you know. My
your reputation
reputation, right?
precedes
Yeah,
you,
yeah.
I guess.
Watch this.
Okay, go when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. You still have to use time to thank the council for having me again today to give you an update on things, where we're going, where we want to be. I particularly want to thank Steve McDonald and Devin Brown for always keeping their door open. They've never told me I'm too busy to talk to you, and I always show up unannounced. Because I'm living in Brampton now. So when I'm here, I have to come by and say hello. And I always ask them to help me safeguard things as kind of as a third pair of eyes, especially when we're coming into this space. And I want to make sure that my presentations serve a purpose. Okay, so thank you very much for all of that, Devin and Steve, and thank you again for having me. Okay, and I use this to move along, right? Okay, so just a couple quick updates. I'm happy to report that we actually are developing a new board, which includes school administration along with parents. So we're redefining what that group looks like, and I'm happy to share that Laura Pye, who's a grade 3 teacher at River Heights, and Cameron McQuaig, who's a principal at St. Thomas High School, have both come onto our board, and I think they are a perfect, enthusiastic fit for something like this. Laura's class, who we will tell you more about in a moment, they still come once a month for their field trips. They walk over to the game space, they open it up, and we have high school students who were former students of Miss Pye's, and they help the kids strengthen their relationships and their ties through gaming, which is why we do it. And now we have a second grade 3 class that just made their first appearance with their walking field trips. And together with these 2 classes, they will be helping to continue our fostering of the senior gaming that we have monthly for the residents at Dorchester Terrace. So they come in on the bus, the grade 3s come in. And I like that we have such a young group of people doing that, because that maintains our longevity for trying to serve that demographic of the community too. I want to pre-apologize. I noticed this morning that there was an error, spelling error. So if you notice it, I'll buy you a free coffee. Our theme since day one has been build, sustain, and grow. Find a place where you can build a game space, prove that you can maintain it, and if it so calls for, which I believe it does, grow the space. As far as, some KPI measures are concerned, our attendance remains fully in charge. We now have had over 2,000 people come through the game space, and we're not even a year old yet. Our private event revenues have really helped us maintain the room in a healthy manner. We've had 15 events between September and the end of the year, and the only marketing we've had for those private events is word of mouth. We've never posted on Facebook. We've never sent out any mailed marketing. And I think that's the best measure as to whether or not people feel like they're being served. And this is one of our revenue streams that we recognize as being essential to our success. Let me just go here. So there's the grade 3 class. You see Reed Bushy there. He was a former student. And we build board game libraries in their schools. They're not just games, they're ways for kids to strengthen their relationships in the classrooms. We see a lot of scenarios where kids are learning to win and lose. We introduce cooperative games. We have games where you can introduce variables to the experience, and the students who have an easier time understanding these games help facilitate. They encourage those who are struggling, and you see that moment of appreciation coming from that student because it's helping them find their place within the group that they're going to be with for quite a long time. So we're always bringing games. We're visiting regularly. They're coming to the game space. And this is the heartbeat of the Playroom experiment. Where should I point? Is that? Oh, okay. So I'll point to you. All right, go. This is really the foundation of why we do what we do, because every once in a while you'll get a letter from a young person, and this is what come from River Heights last year. Thank you for helping us love the students at River Heights. And to see that we can do that through the power of the gaming makes it a lot easier for me to explain the rationale for why we do what we do. Okay, so this is something new. We have a homeschool group that's using our room now. And the first time they came, they were assigned a project to, you can cycle through this, Sarah. They were assigned to build their own gaming experiences. And they are very, very impressive. Like, I wanted to keep some of these in the room. Somebody even built a pinball machine. So now we have another group that's been introduced to our game space. Hold right there if you would. And now they're going to be making their regular field trips as well. So we're happy to see that groups are finding out about the Playroom experiment and then coming to us asking if there's a way that we can help take what we do and ingrain it into their programs as well. Okay, where are we going next here? So I shared this slide back in May, and to me, it's more than a game. We have an ingraining of sorts with what we do in the Playroom. And my favorite thing, the aspect that I love seeing in the game space time and time again, is when you have a moment and you see a 16-year-old playing beside a 66-year-old at a pinball machine, and then one of our team members help facilitate that experience by putting them on the same machine and helping them understand how to play better pinball or whatever the case calls for. But those community members are making a connection, and that's what our room stands for. I shared these numbers as well, and this also is a big piece of why we do what we do. Schools have to do these surveys every 2 years, and on average between grade 4 and grade 12, this sense of being happy about life and a sense of belonging and reaching out if someone's feeling emotional distress can drop by as much as 30% between grade 4 and grade 12. And this is just from 2019 before COVID. If we go to the next slide, 2024 shows that this dropped in the most frightening way I could have ever imagined. Only 7% of kids in grade 12 on average would ask for help if they're experiencing emotional or mental distress. Our game space doesn't claim to solve all these problems, but we're certain it does a lot of heavy lifting. Let's move on. So getting back to what we want to do in the new game space, which you have been so gracious. It's not lost on me what you've provided us to build this space, especially with the new space upstairs. And that space is essentially why I'm here today, to ask you to consider for capital investment and help us make it look like the same kind of welcoming space that we have downstairs. I saw the sign, by the way, Jenna. Thank you. So the idea with the upstairs is to make it a more sensory friendly space. Table tennis, darts, a football game, chess, things like that. You can cycle through this quick because of, so you could see, well, go back one. So you could see, you know, our pinball experiences are all ages. The Belmont Swans just out of the blue contacted me and presented a bit of financial support, which helps us with pinball repairs, et cetera. And there's Joyce enjoying a pinball machine. And so we're starting a program called Pinheads, where we want to center what we do now in 2026. We want to get away from event-based accessibility and have it be more of a drop-in schedule. So starting in 2026, we're going to make our room available to anyone and everyone every Saturday, so that people don't have to register and people don't necessarily have to come with their entire families. If parents want to sign a waiver and they want to drop a teenager off, that's what we need to get more to at this point now, in helping those 38% of kids on average that don't play sports, and they need that accessible opportunity where they can just go and be there. Other things we're doing, we have a gateway game camp where if people want to explore board gaming in a new way, we can help them do that, and some of the new mechanisms that are used in board gaming. You go to the next one. This is, we just bought four of these Chess Up 2.0 boards, where as soon as you touch a piece, it will tell you where you can go, where good moves are, where bad moves are. So kids as young as 6 and 7 can start to learn how to play these games. We're going to be installing soft tip dart boards where the screens will automatically keep score. So this will be great for families who want to come out, just play some darts and not have to worry about the math. We're having a billiard table donated to us. We have a table tennis unit up there already. The Pepper family's donating their billiard table, so we're going to use that upstairs. We're going to introduce game night for grownups. There's the spelling error, sorry. But it was a very successful avenue for us where adults could get their babysitters, come out, and we would get multiple copies of the same game and give them that board game experience. So we're going to introduce that in 2026. So let's cycle through until we get to the numbers. These photos here, they're really quick, but we're going to get back to live streaming in 2026. Content creation is key. And let's fast forward to let's go to the ask and what we're going to do. So the ask is $50,000. We want to do flooring, painting, the HVAC needs to be done, lighting, wall decor. We just want to make the room look like how it looks downstairs. We know it's going to cost more than $50,000. We're not done getting our estimates and dialing in numbers, but we can handle the rest through our own fundraising initiatives. You can go forward one. This is our 5-year forecast for net profit. So here's our plan. We want to ask for $50,000 from council over the next 3 years. We don't know what that looks like in year 2 or 3. We're not concerned about that today. But I want to stress that we can become a community service that does not require taxpayer dollars every single year. We can be self-sustaining after 3 years with our partnerships, with our annual community investment, our live streaming. Before our last presentation, that we have had donors from 7 different countries, including New Zealand, Mexico. We still have donors from the UK. They just love the story. So this is a trailblazing opportunity where we can not only stand on our own 2 feet, but we could take net profits like that and help the inclusive part. We can help the lost sockets who always need money. They almost lost their team this year because the tariffs have caused less sponsorship for them, and they have higher entrance fees now. So I'm glad that they're still going. And those are the types of things we want to continue helping. I think we're at the end. I came closer. So thank you for your consideration. I'd be happy to take any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you, Mike.
It's so hard to do.
The council version of speed dating. We just gotta keep it going.
That's sometimes the best way.
Okay, any questions from the members of council? Councillor Crockett.
Not necessarily a question because you actually answered it in your presentation. Questions coming into the day today actually revolved around whether or not you had established a board, which it seems as though
We've always had a
yeah.
board. We've always had one, but has operated in a way that it just needs to have a tighter focus. And sometimes that, during COVID, we've been around for 8 years essentially, maybe not here, but in other places and forums. And one of our board members passed away, Mark James.
Yeah.
One board member moved to Germany last year. Another board member now lives in Buffalo. And you can't just say, hey, you're my friend, come and be on the board. I'd rather be methodical and calculated. And if we can function and keep community members happy and we can satisfy what council wants to see as a community service, then that is more important. But I'm as relieved as you are that we have a direction with that now.
For sure. And has your board discussed pursuing like a not-for-profit designation?
We've been nonprofit
Okay.
for 7
Okay,
years, since
perfect.
2017. Yeah.
Awesome.
And what we're going to actually do is re-register a new nonprofit, and we're going to transfer assets over so that we can start fresh. And because when you're a parent, you have a life experience, when your son's diagnosed with a special need and you want to try and do something to change the world, you're just trying to get the job done. And the first thing that you mess up are books. And so the best way through communication with the government and other Ontario organizations that help you plan those things, so
Yeah.
you could be a little tighter with that, much tighter with that. Sometimes it's come to me that it would be highly advisable to transfer assets, dissolve and start fresh, which is what we're going to do in 2026.
Thank you for that insight. And then second to that, I was just curious on, whether or not you do have revenue coming in from events or memberships or other things like that.
We rent, our flat rate is $300. 50 of that goes towards actually paying our team captains. So we provide jobs to them and they come and host and facilitate the beginning of the event. And then they help tidy up. So we're really glad that we're not just asking our team to be volunteers all the time.
Mhm.
And they value having skin in the game that way. By the time we're done, I hope to invest over $500,000 in the next 5 years. We do plan to go to Trillium. We do have some really interesting revenue streams that include annual, we're calling the project, the campaign Project Playroom. So the theory is it costs a family $200 to go to a movie theater now. So our community investment plan that we want to introduce will ask those to consider donating $100 a year. And those who make that donation are, if they're not in a position to do that, our community services are still free of charge. We want to make sure that those who are not in a position to support the Playroom experiment that way still have access to the space. But those who will donate to that and have in the past, do so either because they know we bring at least $200 of community service, or they get value out of the service itself, which I think is why we see donors from outside of countries. And we may not see the immediate impact of it, but every time we invest in a young person $1, it's going to save $2 to $10 in mental health services down the road when they become adults.
Perfect. And then just my last question was just a point of clarification. So you had on the slide that the ask was for $50,000. Is that for this budget?
Yes.
And just because you mentioned over the next 3 years, so it would be a continuous.
And this is where Steve and I would
Okay.
continue our conversations. Again, he's a safeguard for me. And that's invaluable to me. But given that we want to invest $500,000 over the next 5 years, and it will include future projects like building a sensory space. One of the things I really want to do is have 2 little hubs for families that have kids on the spectrum or whatever the case may be. They are always having to conform to our world schedule, our world environment. Wouldn't it be nice if there's a young person that can't regulate and it's 2 o'clock in the morning and a parent can just go to a little 15 by 15 foot space, type in a code on a keypad and go in and help that young person? There's nothing like that on the planet. So the scope of gaming is just, it's a front door. It's what you see in the window, but underneath it all, when you spend enough time in that space and you have enough conversations with me, you realize we're very serious about helping young people. And we have to be patient about, like I said, you can't just go buy a corn stalk at Walmart and stick it in the ground and say, I have a cornfield. You have to plant seeds. And I hope that I've explained that this investment, though it is capital, though it goes to room space improvement, I want people to feel like they're in a home away from home when they come in.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Lockie.
Yeah, through your worship, I have a couple questions. So can you maybe elaborate more on, so the ask this year is 50. What will you be asking for more next year, and what would that look
So
like?
my conversations with Steve, we feel that asking for $50,000 each year over the next 3 years will be our cap. But the end goal is to be a community service that by that time becomes completely self-sufficient and does not ask for taxpayer money. Furthermore, to be in a position where we can then give back to other community programs. But why we're asking for this Kickstarter funding, at least for this year right now, is because we need time to build up Project Playroom. So for example, our live streaming content. We're going to help our young captains team learn how to live stream and set up their productions. Maybe we have a live version of Pinheads where we're showing people who aren't familiar with pinball how they can become better pinball players in a couple of hours. And then that gets out to the community on a YouTube channel, or pinball players around the world who love to support worthy projects will say, you know what, I love this. Here's $100. So we need time to build that Project Playroom community that's committed to that $100 annual sponsorship. And through live streaming, you'd be incredibly surprised. It's a unique avenue that we have where we don't always have to go to service clubs and municipality, but in the early stages, we do, so that we have that time to build those other revenue streams up.
Okay, and so with the current facility, what is the current capacity in terms of number of people you can hold in an event versus what will be the capacity with the new location?
Devin, is it around 40 downstairs? Yeah, it's probably around 40 downstairs, and I think upstairs we would probably be safe with 100 or so. That's a guess, but we can certainly find out what those numbers are.
Okay, and then the last question I have is, do you have like an estimate of how many residents in Temp Center use the facility?
I can tell you that we've had well over 2,000 visitors in less than a year. One of the things I want to do is extend an invitation out to sports teams so that when hockey practice is done, the coach has a code and they can tap the number and go in and instead of, again, a lot of these teams, they do their team building exercises, and it usually costs, I know with my son when he was on the Diamondbacks when we were living here, I think it was $40 for the day to go to Palisade. For $10 a head for the entire year, when they're done practice, they can just go use the space. And I would say that it is a great extension of mental health and well-being when, if they've played a tough game and there's a lot of pressure, I want that space to become more accessible to those teams. So those are all new things that we're trying to explore so that the room is being used more frequently than it is right now. But this is our starting point.
Okay, so you don't know how many actual residents benefit from it?
I would say that I would comfortably tell you that we're eventually going to get everybody through that room. It's there. You've been there, and you know that you can enjoy it as much as you like. I'm very comfortable with when we hold an event, we always see between 15 and 30 people biweekly.
Okay.
Come to those spaces. And it's upheld itself. We only had to cancel one event in our entire time in that room because we had an unfortunate family emergency to deal with. But our attendance has been consistent throughout.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions from council? Councillor Heyman.
Thank you for the presentation and thank you for all the work you do here in the community. I would like to see this project move forward. We do have a lot of pressure on this budget, and I understand that this is something that will make the next 5 years revenue positive. But I just want to go back to the meetings that we had in the spring. And I think for this, we did give access to this space, but we still want to see the 3-year plan to have cost recovery on the existing space. And I think that's a really important piece to have in place before we get further down the road in terms of additional cost and outlay. Again, I think you're doing tremendous work, but I think we need to, like you said in the first slide, we figure out how we're going to sustain, and then we can do that building and growth. So
Yeah, to that, I would just say that right now, the current space that we have is, it's not as sensory friendly. And one of the big components of wanting to expand is so that we can introduce more sensory friendly components to our gaming experiences. I would hope that, it's not lost on me, as I said at the beginning, Councillor Heeman, it's not lost on me the generosity of having a space. We recognize that not having a rent cost is a huge deal. We hope that we're matching that with enthusiasm of our volunteer time, the services themselves. What would you have if we weren't there? Would they possibly still be empty rooms? Possibly. And I don't think I've ever said this in public, but when we sold our house, our family put 30 grand into finishing the first space. That's how much it means to me, because I know these kids need it. So sometimes I feel it's not always about numbers. It's about, and I'll even lend a hand to the previous presentation, it's a big ask, but when you look at the capacity, clearly there's a need, and it's a tricky balance between, but these are the numbers, right? This is the budget that you have. So I have total faith that the council will make the decision that's best for the community. And I am extremely thankful for the latitude that this council's provided up to this point. We wouldn't be able to do it without you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
If there are no other questions, then I wondered if we could have a mover and a seconder for the motion before council. On the screen, moved by Councillor Lockie and seconded by Councillor Crockett. All in favor? That carries. Thanks for your time, Mike. Okay. Could we turn the heat up in here just a wee bit? Is anyone hot or cold? You're always hot. It's chilly over here. Sorry, just. Okay, council, continuing on with our budget deliberations for 2026. The first item is 5.1, the 2026 annual draft budget overview. And we're asking our, are you leading this one, John? Then? Okay, okay. Sorry, we just have to move that, oh, wait a minute. No, go ahead. I'm sorry, I dropped down the line. Go right ahead.
So through you, Madam Mayor, how I think this, in my vision, how this would go would be that I'd make the presentation on behalf of senior management team, and I can support the management team's responses, but a lot of the detailed questions operationally and stuff will probably come from your directors here. So, okay. So before we get started, I just wanted to mention there was a few changes to the report on the weekend. Hawkeye Steve here caught a formula error on our capital schedules. So the first recommendation or second, I guess, should read, and that the 2026 draft proposed capital budget of 15,002,552. Okay, that goes through the whole report. There's a few other spots in there. And the other aspect I want to mention is I switched the rate increases for water and wastewater. So the report erroneously mentioned that water had a, I'm gonna get this straight. Water had a 2.5, no, water had a 2% increase and wastewater had a 2.5. It's actually the opposite. Wastewater is a 2% increase in rates and water is a 2% increase in rates as per the study. So I just carried that from my city life. It was opposite city. Wastewater was always more expensive than water. So I apologize for that. So with that, kind of a little bit of housekeeping. To the mayor and fellow county member or council members, and on behalf of your senior management team, I am pleased today to present the 2026 draft budget, which includes the draft property tax supported budget, the draft rate supported budgets, and the draft capital budgets. Beside me here supporting this review is our financial analyst, Teresa Novak. And Teresa has been working really hard. She's been mostly responsible for all the detailed schedules, the line by line details. So just a big thank you for to Teresa. How do I word this? There we go. The budget process began at the end of June this year. This slide provides key milestones of that process. Oh, I pushed the wrong one. So as in past years, a part of one of the milestones is having a budget survey that was provided primarily to get a pulse of your residents' satisfaction of your programs. In this slide, you can see that the survey was online from the end of September to the beginning of November. The response rate was 87. We received 87 responses, which is up from last year. So that's a good indicator. Dorchester, the community of Dorchester was showed a little bit more responses than in the past. Thorndale and other rural areas were kind of the same as last year. And then the other hamlets showed a little less interest in the survey, I guess. That's how you should read this slide. The results of the survey, just highlight a few just for your information, but you know, I think it's pretty common to have some of the more, I will say, well-known programs and services high up in the satisfaction, which is good, like your garbage, parks and green space, fire services and recreation facilities, as an example. The do not know scores mean kind of, from my point of view, gives you an idea of maybe not as well-known services, but they didn't have the either, and they're kind of undecided on if they're satisfied or dissatisfied. That's what that section means. And then highly dissatisfied is, or high dissatisfaction rate, areas like water and sewer. I'm sure you're hearing those potentially from residents. Planning and winter maintenance, just to name a few. So the overall approach, 62% of all respondents agreed with the approach that staff have taken this year, and that's to set tax to maintain current service levels, inflation only. A little bit of feedback for you. And then the last part there, just provide you some top issues on their mind, and that's the infrastructure and roads, active living, and safe communities. Fire. And then there's next three are pretty grouped together, pretty similar top issue. So that's just to give you some ideas of some feedback from your community. So I'll get right into the overview of the budget. So the budget, as I mentioned, was developed based on 4 key decision points that council will need to make today. And you've got a really tough decisions to make today. I'm not envious of your position, but it's the first one is to maintain service levels. Any legislative changes The third decision point, increase in service levels. And lastly, the level of capital investment you wish to make in 2026. So first, to maintain service levels, all the detailed work that was done over the summer, it's going to cost an extra $607,000, 271. And that's approximately a 4.92% increase in the levy. And that's made primarily of these 5 categories. OPP increase slightly over what you set aside last year. It was $180,000 of phase-in. I won't get into that yet, but anticipated lower interest rates. So your cash balance is decreasing with some of the capital and the things that you've been investing in, parklands and that sort of stuff. So you're seeing less interest, as well as the interest rates are falling over the last year. I guess there's another bank rate this week, but we'll see how that goes. The third component is, unfortunately, there was a budget error in 2025, and the asset management operations was left out of the budget. So we want to keep doing managing the assets through some work on citywide. That's going to cost, unfortunately, an extra $76,000. The good news is the OMPF allocation for 2026 is going up 101,800. So that's increased revenue coming in. And then lastly, this is just kind of a bucket component because it encompasses all services, and it's an increase in operational costs across all services of $435,697.
Excuse me, John, may I just ask you one little question
Yes.
at the moment? The OPP increase over the 180 phased in during 2025, does that take into consideration the email that I received late Friday of the invoice for the OPP from the Solicitor General?
Yes, it's a great question, Mayor. Thank you. Yes, the 2026 budget does include the 11% increase that's capped. It's capped for 2026. However, I spoke with the CAO this morning, and probably it should be a good idea to probably provide a report early next year with respect to the letter that you received late Friday on the weekend. And because just off the top of my head, it doesn't talk about a cap for 2027, and it's in the range of $300,000 increase. So you're looking at a 2.5% increase in levy just for OPP next year.
Yeah, and just a little further to that, I may be mistaken, but I believed that the OPP contract renegotiations are coming up soon. Are they? Has anyone heard that? Okay, maybe I'm
sorry, Mayor, I'm not familiar
Yeah.
with the contract
anyway,
itself.
that's okay. Don't worry about that,
Okay.
John. That's fine. Thanks.
So that's the cost to just maintain your services. The next category, or the decision point that you have today, is I've termed, or we call it legislative changes. So you received a report in November with respect to the changes that the recycling program will be experiencing January. I think it's the final step, January 1, 2026. And there's a category that's non-eligible for producer paid process. So that report spoke to the cost of including those non-eligible components is $100,000. The next decision point, there's 3 operating business cases in the binder here. And they include additional staffing resources for the legislative services, additional CIP resources, and that was a recommendation coming from your Economic Development Committee. And lastly, the operating costs related to additional sidewalk plow. And I believe that also was brought to you, a report speaking to the capital and operating cost of additional snow plow, sidewalk plow. So that's where this is coming from. It's 2 months of a flex operator time in 2026. There's a larger flow through cost to 2027, which I think the report speaks to. I think I know the total operating cost is in the range of $97,000. So So those three total 42,307, or approximately 0.34% of the tax increase in the tax levy. And the fourth decision point that's in front of you today is a request or a recommendation to continue investing in your capital infrastructure. Last year, I believe council approved a 2% capital levy increase. So this year as well, there's another 2% capital levy increase. And this year, staff are recommending that it's split 1% for fleet, and that's specifically if for fleet, and a 1% for general capital levy. Other areas, other services, I guess. This slide here discuss the 1% for the fire services. This chart just shows you or compares what we're contributing in 2026 with what the annual capital requirement needs to be to fully fund the fleet. And there's a shortfall of almost $1 million. And that's with this 1% levy in there. And you can see why staff chose fire is because it's the largest area that has the biggest deficit component. So it's still, after this contribution, it still has an annual deficit of $500,000.
Oh, apologies. Councillor Heeman?
Thank you, Worship. Through you, so the annual capital requirement that's calculated based off the asset management plan.
My belief, through you, Mayor, to Councillor Heeman, I believe there is another. It's slightly different than that asset management plan. It's this one's calculated through Jared's area in the fleet group. So maybe Jared could speak to that.
Through your worship, we have a fleet capital replacement cost. These we consistently look at replacement costs for different vehicles, plug those into the fleet replacement, and then back into the spreadsheet here. The last 4 or 5 years, everything's increased. Fire has increased. Fire services vehicles have increased more than other ones, and I think that's the reason why this big shortfall.
That's a projected shortfall on our future capital requirements.
Correct.
So, so why is it different than the asset management plan?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm not as familiar with how all the details of their analysis, so it'd be very hard for me to see and compare the staff's analysis versus the consultant who, I think it's citywide, did it, PSD citywide? Yeah. There still is a deficit. I think staff's calculation is a bit higher.
Yeah, okay.
I'm sorry.
Reason I'm asking is just because this is critical information clearly, right? And without knowing the assumptions that go into that, it's difficult to qualify that information when we do know the citywide. And so, yeah, I thank you for telling me how it is calculated, and if we could get more information on that, I think that would be helpful.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the next slide does speak to the asset management deficit in total, doesn't pick out fleet, but I can tell you, even with this contribution, the asset management plan, the fleet would still be in a part of that shortfall. So this is just, okay. So this is the other schedule that supports what I was just saying, is that the capital investment shortfall in your broader asset management plan is approximately $2.5 million annually. And this is just really important to note, this does not include the 1%. So if you approve it, that will go down $123,454. So it'll be a little less than 2.5 million. So you're still got kind of a big deficit there, like every community does in your asset management plan. But just to know that your future capital needs are going to cost you much more, like more and more dollars. So that's where this recommendation is in front of you. Okay. The operating or the draft budget also includes one-time initiatives, and the recommendation is to fund those one-time initiatives through the tax rate stabilization fund. So as presented, it does not impact the levy. However, it does take $163,290 out of your reserve fund. And those initiatives are listed here: 14,000 for the Memorial Forest, Healing Forest, 30,000 for the tourism master plan, and that was something that council deferred in 2025 budget process. There's kind of one-time sidewalk repairs of $50,000. 15,000 additional mobile traffic sign. 15,600 in outdoor rec center repair and maintenance. And then lastly is the $12,340 that hasn't been spent really in 2025, carrying it forward for that mural project that I believe that was in a recent conversation with council, a report about that. So, okay. Turning to just give you some summary. So the budget before you, 1% increase in taxes, like I mentioned, is $123,454 in additional municipal tax revenue. It equates to $10.99 increase in the property tax bill for every $100,000 of assessment. It's $39.90 increase in the average residential household assessed at $363,000, or that translates to $3.33 per month, or is 11 cents per day. That's a 1% increase. This budget that's before you, if you improve everything today, is all those decision points. It's 8.07 after considering assessment growth of 0.97%. And that would equate to an increase in additional municipal tax revenue of $996,486. That's an average, or it's an increase of $88.69 in a property tax bill for every $100,000 in assessment. Overall, it'd be approximately $322.02 increase for the average residential household assessed at $363,000, or $26.84 per month, or 90 cents per day.
Excuse me, I think Councillor Heeman has a question.
Yeah, I might be getting ahead of the presentation, but I was just wondering, like, because it struck me that those averages were a little low, but then when you factor that that's impact numbers, most likely, then that makes sense. And I was just wondering if there's any movement on impact leaving the polar region. Okay.
No, that's a big hill to climb down the road. All right. See no further questions. I'm going to move on to the rate supported budgets. The water services, as I mentioned, includes a 2.5% increase in the water rates, and the wastewater services includes a 2.0%. And both of those are according or in line with your 2020 Thames Center water and wastewater rate study. So what a 2.5% water increase looks like is approximately $18.20 per year, assuming a volume of 200 cubic meters. On the wastewater side, it equates to a $21.92 per year, and also assuming the same cubic meter usage.
Sorry, Councillor Lockie.
Through your worship. So just a question on the wastewater. I ask a lot of questions on wastewater. So this with the study, they Watson had recommended that we have like a $900,000 reserve, but our reserve is closer to 2 million. So does it factor in that we have a super healthy reserve, or does it just take that number that they recommended?
It's a good question. Well, I'm not again, maybe Jared can speak to more of the study, but I'm not as familiar with the study. as it could be, I guess, but if that's 900,000, you definitely have more in the reserves than the study recommends. But I'm not sure if there's some future capital needs that are coming down that might deplete or use that reserve, but anyways, I'm not sure. It's best I can answer that, Chris. I'm sorry at the moment.
Director Craven, do you have something you'd like to add?
Yeah, through your worship. This year here isn't a large wastewater capital year, but there are future capital years, future years that we will be looking at significant capital infrastructure on different projects, servicing, like say, different subdivisions coming up. We know we have some big projects coming up.
Okay. So I don't know if this is the time or not, but I would hope that the council would consider freezing the wastewater rates, given that, we had the surplus last year and that that our reserves are very comfortable.
Okay. We can take that into consideration at the next point. Okay.
It's okay. I was going to say, just through you, Mayor, I just wanted to point out that council probably knows and remembers that 2024 hasn't been audited yet, and I'm still putting numbers through. I would be really cautious on any surplus that was provided in the past. But anyways, the result is that it does have I'll say a healthier reserve fund balance, and it looks like the budget's going to be adding. That might be with the extra 2026 contribution of just over $600,000. So, thank you. Okay, that's that. So that wraps up my presentation with respect to the rate supported budgets. And then finally, full budget. This slide will just kind of highlights some of the things I mentioned in my report, but there's 43 new projects in front of you today for approval, and that is total $9,132,235. And they're mainly related to infrastructure investments such as roads, water, wastewater, and stormwater projects. And of course, the CAN US rink replacement that's in front of you. It also includes approximately $6.2 million for projects that are already underway, but have additional funding requirements for 2026. And those are 28 projects that are continuing. And Madam Mayor, that ends my presentation of the 2026 draft budget.
I think my coffee's going to need to get stronger.
So I believe, I believe how the agenda is that we would like to tackle the capital side first, and then get into the operating side, service by service.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
So the question was, do we want a little break before we go into the next section? Everyone okay? All right. Okay, then. So we will receive, the motion to receive the proposed capital budget. A mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Lucky and seconded by for information. Yeah. The overview and seconded by Deputy Mayor Smybert. All in favor? Okay, that's good. All right, then. So we are on to operating. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sorry. Go ahead. Capital. Go ahead.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, my presentation's finished. If you wanted, there's any questions with respect to capital?
Oh, okay. All right.
The detailed under the capital tab there, there's one-time business cases, or not one time, but capital business cases included.
Okay.
So I guess we're opening up questions with respect to any of those capital projects in front of you.
Okay, council, any questions regarding the capital?
Yes.
Yes.
That break now?
What were you saying? I'm sorry.
We could, sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, if you may want to just go through category by category, not sure,
Yeah.
or put the whole thing on the floor, or.
Yep.
Yep,
I think that might be of value. Is that all right with council then? Is that how you would like to do this? Yep. Yep. Okay, let's work on that then.
Okay.
Okay,
so your first category is the general government category. And it's requesting two projects, and that is the IT capital hardware replacement and new council hardware. They totaled $78,250. And the anticipated source of funding is reserve fund contribution.
I just want to note that this will relate to the 2026 new council hardware is related to the election replacement for new members of council versus just using old stock we have around.
okay, Councillor Heeman.
So yeah, I think we need new laptops. Right? I think like, I don't use mine because it's not workable. But
Yours is outdated then, is
it was outdated
yeah.
when I got it
Oh.
7 years ago.
Oh, okay.
So I do think, there should be replacement there. But I'm just wondering, I know we had side conversations about iPads and laptops. So I'm just wondering what is actually recommended, or is it
Right-
both, or?
Right now, it's either or. That's what's in
Okay.
the budget. We're
So,
giving you
so
both.
one unit
One
at the
unit.
okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions along that, in this particular line? Nothing? Okay.
I'm sorry. I feel like Tom. That was last minute. Has there been like, mine's fine. I don't know. So like, is there an assessment on like what needs to be replaced, or is this just like a full replacement of everything?
The plan is a full replacement depending on who all, we don't know. We could have brand new an entire brand new council. So we budgeted I had IT budget that way that each person will get something new. It may be fine now, but don't forget in, another 4 years after you're 2030. So you're looking at an 8-year-old iPad. They may not even support updates. So that's the thing. It's not something that usually a 4-year lifespan is a lot, is your lifespan, right? Of an IT. That's the way they take it.
And just for additional information, when I did speak to county about this, they kind of work on that 4-year cycle as well because of upgrades in software, new technology, that sort of thing. And I'm pretty sure AI is probably going to factor into this at some point, which may or may not change the processing power. I'm not sure. Okay, any other questions?
Yeah.
Councillor Lockie.
So what do we do? What happens to the equipment that we're currently using? Is there any residual value to it?
That we have a surplus policy. Some of it we reuse. The laptop that powers the council chambers is a reused laptop from was my old laptop. I don't know, it's not quite set up yet because we use it for onboarding new staff and stuff sometimes, but we do keep them around. Otherwise, I do believe the county just disposes of them. I don't know if anyone else has any better idea about that, but that's the best I know.
That's pretty much the information that I have too, is at the end of the 4 years. So, and I don't know exactly where that lands, whether all the councillors turn their items in if they are either not elected or not running again, or just exactly how that works.
If there is no
but
policy
the-
related
right.
to that, and I wasn't here for the last switchover, so I can't answer that one.
Yeah, and I don't think that was particularly explored with us at the time either. So, any other questions on the IT? Okay, I don't see any. So want to move on then? Next item.
Thank you. The next group of services is the protective services. And there's 8 projects from Thames Center Fire Department and 1 from the building area, building division. Those total cost of $199,500. And the source of financing for those is mostly reserve funds. However, there's grants that we've already received for the equipment grant there. You can see for $32,000.
Okay, any questions on this item for finance? Oh, okay, Deputy Mayor Smyberg?
Yes, just with respect to the, I guess it's the 2026 building permit fee study. How many years has the current study been in place for?
Through your worship and to Councillor Smybert, it's been a study in 2021, do every 5 years is best practice. And this year we'd intend on finishing that fee study to impose them in 2027.
Thank you. Is it, sorry, just another question to follow up on that. Is that a legislative timeline, or is that something that we could stretch out for another year or two?
Due to the fact that we need public consultation for building fee increases, we could stretch it out. It's not a legislative requirement for 5, but all neighboring municipalities usually do the 5-year timeline to make sure we're doing cost recovery for our reserves to be in a stabilized fund.
Okay, Councillor Heaton.
No,
Sorry, I'm looking back and forth at the document.
um, I would, I don't know if that was, I would agree. I think that's something that we might want to look at deferring at this time, the building fee study.
Councillor Lockheed, did you have a question? Oh, okay. Maybe Chief Dorkin could give me a little bit of information on what's required for the third-party consultation and recommendations on fleet requirement, deployment, and replacement.
Yes, your worship, I think that's a great question. I think as we've seen, especially in John's budget summary and about how we're requesting that 1% of that capital be increased, and it's very highlighted that we have a deficit in our fleet replacement costs. Due diligence we ran into, and I spoke with the former interim CAO about this in length, about hiring a third-party consultant to evaluate our fleet replacement strategy and our deployment strategy as a whole. So just some rough quotes out there. I threw down $20,000 figure for that capital for consultation purposes to engage in an evaluation.
Okay, thank you. So to your knowledge, has this ever been done before? I know your history is probably
It
about the same.
since I've been here, no, there hasn't been an evaluation performed on our fleet,
Okay,
our current fleet aspect.
all right. Councillor Heyman?
So I feel conflicted about this because I think like the idea of working on like joint deployment is kind of part of this. Is that correct? Like getting
Sorry,
more,
Counselor, can you just elaborate a bit more?
like getting more synergies between the two stations.
Mhm.
So I do think that is worthwhile, but I do think we also did the fire services master plan recently. So I think we know what our asset requirements are at this time. So again, I feel conflicted on that because if we use our assets more efficiently, then that can reduce our future requirements. So yeah, that's just where I'm at on that.
Any other comments or questions? Councillor Crockett?
My comments are going to be twofold because we moved on to fire from the building piece. I'm in agreement with the other counselors in regards to the protective and enforcement services building division request for the building permit fee study. Since there has been a reduction in building permits, I think it would be appropriate to defer this. I mean, by 1 year, we're not superseding the 5-year limit like exuberantly. So I think that that's something that we can consider. And then second to that, Mayor McMillan, my question was also in regards to the $20,000 request, considering that we did just complete the fire services master plan and whether or not that was included in that. I think in regards to the other requests from fire, it's always difficult to not fulfill the needs and requirements of our volunteer firefighters and stations. So I think this one has a little bit more leniency where I would want to ensure that the other asks kind of take priority.
Thank you. Councillor Heeman?
Yeah, thank you. I'm just wondering with the bunker gear, how old is our current inventory?
Through the mayor to Council Heeman, we have a rotating stock. So unfortunately, personal protective equipment is only certified and guaranteed and insurable for 10 years. So as it continues to roll, we've done a pretty decent job of making sure we've got everybody within those standards. As older equipment does come up, we are replacing it, and we have had some turnover in the last year or two. So we've had a bunch of numerous sets that have been replaced, which did end up giving us a bit of a buffer in stock available. For example, we just, which was good because we've gone into this year outfitting almost all of our new recruits with gear that has been around. So we have enough that our current roster is 60, and we have 60 adequate sets of gear, plus 4 spare sets in each station, which allow our firefighters to slide into those spare sets if their gear is out for service or cleaning with this proposed request. So the $20,000 PPE request for this year will satisfy that our need to be fully up to date.
Okay, thank you. I just remember in a previous life that we had or had gotten bunker gear, and I just didn't know how it fell in that 10-year
yeah.
range, but knowing you're cycling
Yes,
it,
yeah.
that makes sense. Thank you.
So, yeah, and again, to the counselor, you'll almost see that PPE request almost every year. And in my experience, it's always a capital item as a request because it has that regulated rollover. I would think that after this year's ask, I think you might even see in 2027's proposed budget that we might actually not have anything because we're set up in good shape.
Yeah, the previous 2 budgets didn't have bunker gear, so we kind of do.
Sorry, I think they did, counselor. I believe they did.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
I just checked them, maybe a speed read too quick.
Okay, any other questions or comments on this item? Okay, are we ready to move on to the next one?
Do you guys want to make a resolution for the 2 deferrals?
Okay.
It would be easier for me if you do, so we can.
Okay,
track what
so
we're doing.
you can do it as we
So
go?
the resolution,
Sure.
the resolution would be to recommend a deferral of the building fee study to 2027 budget and defer the fire fleet review capital requests.
All right, a mover and a seconder. Are you moving that, Councillor Heeman? Okay, and a seconder, Councillor Lockie, all in favor? That carries then, thank you. Okay, now. Transportation services?
Yep.
Any questions or comments from council on this one?
I just have a quick note of clarification, just because I think it's printed twice, but the Cobble Hills business cases, it's just printed twice, right? It's not a double ask. In my binder, it's printed twice. Okay. That's all it is. I think that was your.
Just one question.
It might have been, yeah.
Okay, so no questions or comments on this one, or Councillor Heeman?
I'm just wondering what the surface condition is on Fairview. Like I do drive it quite regularly, so I have an idea, but I just wanted your professional opinion as to where it is in its life cycle. Whether this is proactive or it's, you know, I guess it says in the business case is high priority, so.
Through your worship. Fairview Road is currently, like I say, just surface treatment. The section that we're looking to replace or upgrade is a center section, I guess, Fairview Road. We want to start from the north end and move to the south. When I say north, kind of from Fairview Road north, or sorry, south. The reason we're doing the center section here is there's construction on King Street in 2026 proposed, and I don't want to shut down the village of Thorndale with all access. So we're doing the center section. But to answer your question about end of life, that section there, the center section should be, if we're going to put another layer of surface treatment on it, we'd have to skim coat it with asphalt because it's cupped out with the traffic on and whatnot. The cost to do that and single surface treat would be just about the cost of just putting asphalt down. So that's why we moved to hot mix asphalt on that section of road. It's our long-term goal to do hot mix asphalt on on Fairview Road from Thorndale Road down to Dundas Street. This is just a first section of probably about a 3-phase project.
Thank you.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Smyrick.
Thank you. My question is regarding the Thorndale Industrial Drain. I just want to make sure that I understand. So the total cost is 2 million. Of that, we applied to the county for a loan of about 1 million. So then the remaining portion of those funds will be I guess covered by is it the wastewater or stormwater funds that we do or do not have available?
Through your worship. Correct. We received a county loan, you remember earlier this year, for $930,000 interest-free loan from the county for this project here. The remaining funds from that will be coming out of our stormwater reserve, or we'll speak to finance to see how that's funded. And that will be returned to us when it comes to building permits and whatnot, with those the new development that's coming in with Thorndale Industrial Drain that will be supported by these.
Thank you. Any other questions on this? Councillor Crockett?
Sorry, are we just still jumping around transportation? Are we good with that or? Yes. Well, so actually, I just wanted to, just going through the pages, I guess if anyone's watching or for Wendy. So I just had a question in regards to the Gladstone Drive surface treatment. Would this be kind of a continuation from when Gladstone Drive was initially paved? And then this would be kind of its top up on top of that?
Through your worship, like say surface treatment doesn't last forever. You usually have to put another lift on between 5 and 7 years. And this is just that maintenance lift that you're seeing right now.
Anything else from council? Councillor Heeman, are you raising your hand?
Yes, I was wondering if we could go to. Where are we? Like. Okay. I'm ready for fleet if we're done.
I just wanted to quickly say thank you for including the sidewalk portion of the Dorchester Road drain, though, in this. I think that's been long awaited and asked for, so that's an exciting addition to the capital levy.
Okay, are we ready to talk about fleet services then? We ready to move on? Yes?
Sure. I was just kicking things off, I guess, with vehicle 77, the Chevy Silverado, the 2015. 200 and I wrote that down. Anyway, 230,000 kilometers. Are there any specific deficiencies with that vehicle, or is it just kind of we're getting to the end of the 10-year life cycle?
Go ahead, I almost called you Counselor Grayson. Go ahead, Jared.
Thank you, Worship. Yes, Councillor Heeman, 2 years ago, we replaced a transmission in that vehicle. And right now, the floor has, the floor is thin. It probably would not pass the safety right now. It is at end of life. It's been in the roads department here for the last 4 years, I believe, which is difficult department for any truck with the gravel and the salt and the snow and whatnot. We've been pushing vehicle replacement back as far as we can for this truck to become on the replacement list means it's end of life.
Any other questions from council regarding this? Councillor Heeman, another question?
Yes. So the wood chipper, it says we use it 50 hours a year. If we have used it quite a bit, and again, like just general condition assessment, and then is there any thought on renting it for those 50 hours versus the purchase, or yeah.
Through your worship,
Yes.
no, we haven't looked at just a rental unit. I can't give you those numbers here. This chipper it's at end of life just because of it's replaced just because that's what it was in our fleet replacement as needing replacement. The new unit that we're looking to replace it with has a larger throat or will handle larger diameter trees. And this was included just as not because it's end of life, just because it's, the fleet replacement, said that this is a time to replace it.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Lockie.
Yeah, so this question is regarding the new one for the truck for the Parks and Rec Department. So how are we getting by now without needing an extra one?
Who would like?
I
to
guess
take
Director
this?
McDonald, because this is for his team.
Right now, it's difficult. It's recommended in the background study, the DC background study. For instance, most often our parks and facilities manager is using his personal vehicle driving around. So that, for instance, is one thing. And then as we expand with the municipality with additional subdivisions, with additional park spaces, there's just more places we need to be at the same time. And so when staff are limited with how many modes of transportation they have to get to different facilities, that's a challenge as well. And things have to sometimes wait and be, it's quite often there's things that concerns or complaints from residents, just something as simple as a garbage can that's overflowing or something. And we have to prioritize and not be able to be as prompt on tending to things.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Crocker, were you putting your hand up? Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to touch on two items that I guess are listed as non-priority, but have been kind of topic of conversation over the last little while. The first being the additional sidewalk plow. I know at this time we're meeting our minimum standards, but this is something that we've been talking about for quite some time, is having 2 units, because currently the one we have is being trailered back and forth. And I know that this shows up in a few areas, one being the unit itself and fleet, and then secondary to the, I guess, non-levy impact being a second employee, or however that works. But I think this is something that we should go forward with still. I think especially this year, considering the amount of snow we've already had before December, and just the fact that both of our kind of small urban communities are continuing to grow. I think this is something that we should keep in budget. And then second to that was just the speed radar sign. I know that our current Dorothy is heavily requested throughout the municipality, and I think it would be really beneficial if we had a second unit, considering that we often hear great praise from when Dorothy's been in place on kind of more regulated traffic. Once people see the flashing sign for about a week, they kind of readjust their speed levels. So.
Thank you. Councillor Heeman.
Yeah, I'm curious about unit 17. When I looked it up, it has a very, very low number of kilometers on it. But it is, 2013. So yeah, 60,000 kilometers, or no, that 64 as of November. And I was just wondering the condition of that asset and the basis for replacement.
Through your worship, I think you're referring to unit number 6. Replacement number will be 17. Am I right? Am I right there? Yeah, unit 69 is the Terra Star that's used in the Parks and Rec department. The last service, or the last safety, it has major engine issues, and replacement is priority, I guess you'd say.
Okay. Any follow-up, Tom? No?
It's yeah, no, if it has engine issues, that's understandable. I'm just wondering, like, we do have a lot of other heavy trucks in our fleet. Like, is there not any, like, and by the low odometer reading, like, well, through, yeah, never mind.
Anything else from council? So there will be no changes to this particular fleet services then? Just checking, just to make sure, everybody, before we move on. You don't want to miss something. Everyone ready to move on to the next item then? And Jana, you'll. All right, so I'm not seeing anything else from council in this line item. So are we ready to move on then to wastewater services? Okay, alrighty. So, and I'll open it up by any questions from the members of council on these line items. Councillor Lockie.
I know this is a shocker, but I do have a question, a suggestion on wastewater. So they have $115,000 to do the wastewater master servicing plan. And I'm thinking that maybe we could push this one off a year for a few reasons. First of all, there's no money in the reserve. Like we barely have enough to replenish the wastewater reserve, let alone, because this is obviously a development charge one. And also too, because we're in such a flux, like we have so many, developments pending, it might be worthwhile to kind of see where the the Doug Terry property goes and the Auburn development project goes. So maybe, hold off on this one for one more year.
All right, Deputy Mayor Smyrick?
Yep. So just in response to that, we need to get that study done so that we can take a look at our development charges, right? That we had indicated that we wanted to move forward with sooner rather than later. So if we don't have that study done, then it doesn't inform us about those charges to be incorporated as part of the DC background study.
But we can't increase our development charges anyways. Like the province prevents us from changing them anyways. So
Yeah, there's,
like, I think we're gonna, we know that we have to keep our development charges maxed out regardless. So I don't know if it'll change our course of action, except for maybe try to find other funding where the shortfall is.
Yeah. Okay. My understanding was it's legislated that we review the development charges.
Will they be reviewing that legislation?
am I right in thinking there's still a freeze on development charges? No, there isn't. Okay. Alrighty. Who was next? I'm sorry, Councillor Heeman, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I think the you can look at it two ways, right? Like there is tremendous flux in terms of development charges, and there also is a lot less building than what is assumed in our current development charge study, which would translate into wastewater and water, which then would translate into potential fee structures depending on the timeline of the capital infrastructure needed, right? So you have the potential where you could see decreased capital requirements for water and wastewater rates, right, in terms of the investment schedule. But you can also see that we will need to come up with alternative funding in the form of higher rates because of reduced development charges. So I do think that, so, all that to say, there's a lot of uncertainty. There is an upside, there is a downside. Right now, we just don't know. And the development charges are undergoing review, and in terms of how they will be delivered, whether they are putting a permanent cap on them or changing what is allowable. I don't see that changing tremendously for water and wastewater because that is essential for development, but you're also looking at the exploration of a lot of different models in terms of government or bond structures, privatization for the delivery of those services. So I do think it behooves us to have them current to best deal with to deal with the uncertainty that surrounds us.
Thanks, Councillor Heeman. Anyone else? So am I assuming then in this particular item, there are no changes that council wishes to make? Okay. Am I get that right? All right. All right. So the 2025 and prior years continuing capital projects are listed below. Any discussion on any of those? Just going below for the 2025 and prior years continuing capital projects. Okay. Yep. Okay. All right, stormwater services, any questions, comments? Councillor Lockie?
Through your worship. So the project regarding the so the $2 million for the stormwater water management ponds. Like, is there any that, like, that's a huge price tag that not a lot will benefit from, except for, you know, those that are existing. Is there any opportunity to, I guess, get funding from the property owners?
Through your worship, the current property owners are paying the stormwater rates currently right now. That portion there going to this project here, the developed or developable properties without buildings on them, say, are we paying their fair portion for us to recover, let's say, our portion of that the total project?
So you can't do a local improvement because we have the wastewater or the stormwaters, and you can't do a drainage petition because it's not agricultural.
Right, they're already paying the current buildings, the current properties that are built on already are already paying a stormwater rate, so they can't be charged a portion already because we're already charging them. They're already included in our rate structure.
We can like recoup costs from future
From future
development.
development, correct.
So when this study was done, it factored in this project? The rate study was done?
Through your worship, absolutely, yes.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, then back to council for any other questions or comments in this item. Okay, I'm not seeing anything then, so moving on then to water services. I'm not seeing any questions or comments yet on this one. I'll give you a minute or so. Councillor Crockett.
I just have, I guess, like a blanket question regarding the Porter's construction. Where are we at in that project since it's been ongoing for quite a few years now?
Thank you, through your worship. This is the third and final phase of the Porter's water main replacement. Porter's subdivision itself is completed. This last phase is to tie that, to replace the last section of in-wall plastic water main from basically Shaw Road to St. David's School. So just on Catherine Street. It's Porter's phase 3, but it's, in essence, it's Catherine Street water main replacement.
That answers the question then, Councillor Crockett.
Yeah, I guess just, sorry, one follow-up question and just a clarification in regards to project 17, 100% DC recoverable. I'm assuming that's already included in these numbers, or is that, I don't know. It says, yeah, table 5 to 9, project 17, 100% DC recoverable. Is that?
I'm not seeing anything else on in the way of questions or comments on these items. Recreation and cultural services is next. Are we ready to move on to that? Okay. So there again, any questions or comments, Deputy Mayor Smybert?
My question deals with the first business case dealing with replacement of the concrete floor boards, glass benches of the north ice pad. I see that we're allocating or estimating approximately $272,000 from proceeds from any land surplus sale to go towards that project. And I just wanted to know what's the if we don't see or realize a land sale, then where would the money come from to finance that?
Okay. John, you want to take this?
Yeah, so through you, your worship, the source of financing is $900,000 in grant funding that we've received. And that's, and the remainder is all reserves at this point. And then that, if there is any sale, then that would be reduced.
Any other questions on the recreational and cultural services? Okay, Councillor Crockett?
I think two questions at this time. One's regarding the replacement of the rubber flooring in the Flight Exec Center. I assume this is in the gym? Gymnasium? Which is,
Or is that the dressing rooms and
okay,
hallways?
okay.
Do I have that right, Steve?
Correct. It's, the gym's a different matter. The gym's a wood floor. Yeah, this is for the dressing rooms and the hallways in between the dressing rooms.
Someone else, I think, had a question as well. Councillor Heeman?
What, door swing correction ALC? Do
It's, I think I know the question you're going to ask because I was asking it myself. Is there any liability for the builder for this? It's a, is it either an installment or design problem, error?
Through you, your worship. Yes, so we did go through legal with this instance. And this is, excuse me, where everything finished off is that the maximum that the municipality will be responsible for is $25,000, as there is some responsibility amongst the various parties involved, right from the beginning with the architect through to the builder, through to Thames Center. And this was where things were resolved.
Okay, all right, thank you. Does that answer your question then as well, Tom?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
I didn't know how to phrase that.
Yeah. Councillor Crockett.
I'll ask these together maybe, and just in regards to the ball fields. So this would be the existing ball fields, assuming like ball diamonds 1 through 4 in regards to clay infield. And is this like is the clay infield like a requirement or kind of just a new preference for like baseball regulations? And is it primarily for hardball or? Yeah, just kind of wanted some elaboration on that. And then second would be the lights on diamond number 4, but we can talk about that separately.
Okay, through the mayor. So over the last 3 seasons, we've upgraded all of the ball diamonds in Thames Center to clay. So all 11 diamonds are clay infields. And that's done for 2 reasons, for playability. Actually, 3 reasons: playability, drainage, and safety. So they're just a superior surface for baseball. And every few years, so that $10,000 is going to bring clay in to top up and treat all 11 of the diamonds. So relatively speaking, it's a small amount per diamond.
Okay, so second to that, my next ball diamond question is in regards to diamond number 4 lighting. I was wondering whether you could expand on kind of the need for that right now. I mean, I just play softball once a week and that diamond doesn't seem to be utilized as much as the other 3 in the community park. And is it because of the lights or just the need? I feel like there's a conflict on use of ball diamonds in regards to that one, I guess.
Thank you. Yeah, through the mayor again. So this was an item that was identified in the 2021 DC background study to add lights to Diamond 3 back in 2023. And so it's an item that kind of was left on the cutting room floor for our last few budgets. And we've made things work up to this point. But just to expand upon what Great Lakes Canadians was saying this morning, the metrics are pointing to we're now in the position where we're not going to be able to really accommodate expansion with baseball, with numbers and registration. The lighting obviously just expands the playing time every night past dusk. And then the one other consideration with that I would point out to council is that investment of around $250,000 could alternatively go towards the project that was proposed by Great Lake Canadians to help cover a major portion of that project. If we did that, just for numbers' sake, if we did put that $250,000 towards a third diamond at the ORC, then the remaining balance for the ORC for council would be just 48% of the project cost. So that's a consideration as well.
Thank you. Okay, Deputy Mayor Smybury.
Thank you. So just staying with the ball diamond lighting, I'm assuming that with that upgrade on that diamond, we will realize increased revenue? Because do we charge more for lit diamonds than we would unlit diamonds?
Yes, through the mayor, you are correct. We do.
Would that add a substantial amount of revenue then, in your opinion, Director McDonald?
Not substantial for the difference between daytime and nighttime baseball. The charges are, the increase is nominal, but overall it would just add another, 1 or 2 games per night times 7 nights a week. Not as much Sunday nights, for instance, but a lot of the other nights. So we would add on an awful lot of playtime. And also it helps with the growth in minor ball because we can push more of the adult ball into the after hours games, like the past dusk games, and free up more time for youth baseball when youth are still, before their curfew.
Sorry. So is the demand mainly for those prime time hours and not so much for the later night games?
The bottleneck right now would be for the earlier hours due to minor ball, whereas slow pitch and whatnot, they're more open to starting later, just like pickup hockey is open to starting later than minor hockey.
Councillor Crockett. Oh, I'm sorry. Looking one spot, saying the other.
So on that same topic, so when Chris did his presentation, he had indicated that that particular field is 95% used. So since it's not at full capacity, is this a project that we could perhaps hold off for a year?
Yeah, so that 95% was with regards to all 4 diamonds at the Dorchester Community Park as a whole. So it's hard to say that the metrics aren't specific enough to track each diamond separately and what few hours are not being used on any given week. We could drill down and look at that. But I'd say it's safe to say that we are at the breaking point right now. Like without lights or without another diamond in 2026, then we are going to be turning away and not being able to provide diamond time for all of the ball teams, especially the youth, I would say, because that's where the growth is going to be. And with the alternative being, yeah, I don't know whether they would go and play elsewhere.
And are there teams from London or other towns that use our diamonds?
The biggest outside user is at the ORC, especially it's during the week when we're not using it, is high school baseball. So it actually is a nice complement to our user group because otherwise that's when diamonds tend to sit just like ice time tends to sit during like when the normal traditional work hours for adults and the in-school hours for kids is when diamonds and ice rinks and all sports fields are more likely to sit empty.
Okay. And then the last question I have is regarding the expansion to the septic system at the ORC. So will we see a reduction then in the operating costs since they don't have to send trucks regularly?
Yeah, so that one will be, there won't be as many visits, but there's still going to be hauling away as much substance. So I think we'll save on some the trip charges, but they'll be taking away. And we'll also the challenge we've had is as well as we have stayed on top of it, is that there are more than 1 or 2 instances a year right now where we're not getting the service call soon enough and it's full. So we want to get away from that because that tends to happen in the middle of a busy tournament weekend. And that's when it's harder to get a sanitation company and it's when it's causing a lot more grief for everyone that's there.
Now, is there isn't any pushback on the engineer that originally designed that system that's undersized?
No, that's a very good question. Apparently this was before my time, but apparently the original specs were for what is there right now is not the specs that were provided. The specs that were provided were for a larger system, but due to budgetary constraints, we went a bit smaller. Maybe not a bit, we went smaller just to make it cost effective at the time, but it's caused these problems.
Okay, thanks.
Anything else then on these line items?
Yes. Sorry. Sorry, I want to just continue the conversation on the lights on diamond number 4, because if the preference from the minor leagues, who are the ones that we're trying to find more diamond time for, would be a request to have most of those games at the ORC, would it be more instrumental to put the monies towards an additional diamond there as opposed to improvements on a current diamond, which doesn't see the activity that it's lesser used? I don't know.
Go ahead,
Through
Mr. McDonald.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Through the mayor. Yeah, the one comment I'll direct council to there is that in the community service and facility master plan, recommendation number 28 speaks to eventually relocating 1 or more ball diamonds from Dorchester Community Park to the ORC. And because similar to Thorndale Community Park, Dorchester Community Park, they're both getting Thorndale's much more at the point where they're getting to capacity, where we don't have room to add additional amenities, additional sports fields, additional parking. That's all becoming a challenge in Thorndale. Dorchester's not far behind. So my one concern, and thank you for bringing this question to light, my one concern with adding lights to Dorchester Community Park is eventually, that park is going to be beyond capacity and we may be better, or I think we are better as per the master plan, to see more ball diamonds being established at the ORC, which has many more acres for expansion compared to Dorchester Park.
Yeah, like it was just a conversation that I was having even before the budget deliberations took place, just in regards to kind of what the future looks like in the park in regards to capacity and what could be done. And I know that there's some, I don't know, hesitation on kind of growing the ORC, but that's kind of our opportunity. Like the ball diamond is there, it's being used. There's we kind of have to capitalize on the assets that we already have. And to me, I just don't want to fund something that could be requested to be moved or dismantled before its life cycle's up. So that's kind of my hesitation there. And I think if this is something we either want to defer to the next term of council to kind of look at in more of a holistic way, or if we want to make that decision today. I think this is kind of one of those opportunities where, although it's needed now, I think it would benefit from kind of more of a futuristic outlook before kind of making a decision on this.
Councillor Crockett and Councillor Heeman.
Your worship, and yeah, I just want to follow up on that, and just wondering what is like the cost of building another like clay diamond? I know we have got a quote for a turf diamond today, but I seem to recall that they're in the lower 100,000. But again, you're the expert, so what do you think?
Through the mayor, I don't have a good number at my fingertips. I don't want to just pull a number off the top of my head that may not be accurate, but it would be, we could do a non-artificial diamond for probably under $1 million. The trade-off, or definitely under $1 million. The trade-off though is the season and the maintenance. So with the turf diamonds, the artificial turf diamonds, you get much longer season, and the maintenance is drastically less from week to week, which then means less strain on staff and not increasing our staffing needs in that regard.
A follow-up,
Yeah.
Councillor Heeman?
Yeah, and I think there's just like a larger theme here that and it might be good to have, like, you know, we've identified in Thorndale a consultation strategy for future expansion projects, but you know, like we still have some fundraising challenges or some funding challenges with respect to the existing Royal Field and sponsorship. And we have a passionate group that makes sure that it gets fully utilized. I'm wondering if there isn't maybe a committee opportunity. I know we have a lot of committees, so I think that would have to be a holistic discussion as to how we're using staff resources. But I think it might be a way to facilitate some of those larger discussions. So food for thought, not necessarily today, but.
Deputy Mayor Smybert.
I guess I'm thinking along the same lines as Councillor Heeman, but I wasn't looking at a committee, but rather that we defer the item of installing the lights until staff comes back with a report in terms of what the bigger picture is, like where a future diamond is best. A lit diamond should be, whether we put lights or do we look at building a new diamond? I would hate to see us put the money in. I know that we need more lit diamonds, but I'd hate to see us do that to find out then we were going to have parking issues and, you know, that we're going to be building another diamond later on at the Orc. So I would just defer until a future time when staff could come back with a report rather than a committee.
Just to clarify, defer ball diamond number 4 lighting project until staff reports back on a comprehensive plan for Dorchester Park. Is that what you're asking for? Okay.
And Director McDonald had a comment.
So yes, through the mayor, a couple of comments there. The one thing I noticed as well in going through the binder this weekend is that baseball broke even for an operating budget. So it is more self-sufficient compared to some sports that have more operating costs. Like obviously to keep ice in a building is expensive, but you have to because we're in Canada. But so baseball is doing good in that regard, and part of that reasoning is as well there's not extra hours due to the Royal Field being artificial turf, so that the maintenance hours are greatly reduced. Adding or in response to the deputy mayor's comments and questions as well, I do agree, and I foresee a similar path for Dorchester Community Park where we will have a solicit information and input and ideas from the community for the future of that park and what it might hold. But ultimately, for that park to become anything more or add anything, whether we need to make space for an expanded fire station or whatever else the case may be, I think the ball diamonds are the things there that are taking up the maximum space, and the ones that would be moved or transitioned into something else first would be number 3 and number 4, as those are the 2 diamonds without lighting. So that would be the lowest impact, the lowest cost, the lowest lost investment. So yeah.
Councillor
Yeah.
Heeman?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to follow up, I'm not married to a committee idea. It just seems like we have a really passionate group, and I do think you guys have a great rapport. And I think it's, if there is another diamond, what surface is it? Are there, if we could somehow make them the same cost, that would be great. But I don't know if we live in that world. But again, we deferred the ice surface and we were able to get a grant. I don't know if lightning strikes twice like that, but there's, I think somehow we got to keep this momentum going, whether it's from a report or another mechanism. But so thank you.
And if I may add a comment, I mean, I think that the municipality of Thames Centre has put a lot of time, money, and effort into recreational facilities, and I think we're well recognized for that. But on the other hand, I tend to agree regarding a deferment of the lighting, because we are facing a pretty significant budget increase this year. And we have to find a little bit of wiggle room here and there. So what I'm going to ask for now is the will of council as to whether we defer this line item or whether we
So what-
accept it as is.
Well, you moved the original deferral, so we need a
Yep.
seconder.
All right, so we have a mover. The deputy mayor has moved the motion and a seconder, Councillor Crockett. All in favor of that? Okay, Jana. Um, any other Yep, okay, Councillor Crockett.
Sorry, can we chat about playgrounds now? Because it ever so elegantly also asks council to chat about the direction on this at the bottom of the report. So, but what I would just wanted my first point of clarification was in the chart year 3, 2026, it says a $60,000 total, but the ask is for 100, I believe. So just clarity on that first, and then we can kind of chat about what is to come.
Certainly through the mayor. So the 60,000, that was what we put in the budget for this year for capital for playgrounds. And that was to develop the boardwalk at Mill Pond Playground. So we've gone through a bit of a delayed process with that. We rightfully got public input and had an open house. And then as well in getting estimates, the price of playgrounds has gone up substantially, as everything has over the last several years, especially things seem to accelerate in pricing after COVID. $40,000 per year used to be our set. When I started here 5 years ago, $40,000 per year was put in the capital budget and that generally would afford taking an existing playground and replacing it. So with that price, 40,000 used to drop a new playground into a site that already had all the site work done and it was ready to accept new equipment. Whereas when we're looking at developing a new site for a playground, there's extra site preparation costs on top of that. So nowadays, even to get the simplest of structure in a new spot, you're looking at approximately $85,000. And that's just for one small structure where you can kind of go up some steps, go down 1 or 2 slides, and then as well, having a double swing with 2 swings is around $85,000. So what I'm proposing, so then as well, if we look at our list of playgrounds that are nearing or at replacement time, staff have identified that the top priority for replacement is the Woodville Park play structure. The swings there are okay, but the structure itself is needs replacement. And then Catherine Street at the conservation area would be second, and then a few more after that can wait. So what I would recommend for this year, the reason I've proposed 100,000 is we have 60,000, most of the 60,000 carrying forward from this year's budget for Mill Pond. And so for taking that 60,000 plus an additional 100,000 would give us sufficient funds to properly develop the boardwalk at Mill Pond and replace Woodvale. And then there's quite the waiting list. So then beyond that, for the year after that, you know, we have the new Rosewood subdivision. I'll be starting public consultation in 2026 for what will become of the Eva Ida space that we've acquired. It's not to the point yet where we drop a playground in there for 2026, but those are a couple of big considerations that'll be right around the corner for 2027.
Councillor Crockett.
Thanks for that clarification, Steve. And I do know that the boardwalk subdivision is kind of a high priority for those residents, as we learned through the public consultation process. Further to that, I was just curious. Two questions. Is one, I would be in support of looking at the agreement with UTRCA in regards to the Catherine Street one, as put in the business case. I think that's a good opportunity to kind of strengthen that relationship if possible, considering it is located in the conservation area. And then second was my question regarding Rosewood, just because I'm not as familiar with that development. Is there already park space allocated? And just curious, and maybe this is a joint question to yourself and Amanda, but if there is park space allocated, to my understanding is that that's allocated by the developer, and then later on the municipality kind of assumes responsibility for that park. Are they just kind of in charge of the park land and then we put, say, a playground on it? Is that kind of how that works?
Yes, through the mayor, they have provided the green space, but then anything that's being developed on it will be at our expense.
Thanks, Steve, and through your worship to Councillor Crockett. We have the lands conveyed to the municipality at this time, as we have not assumed phase one. Phase one is underway of assumption. And then once that's completed, as Steve mentioned, we would then plan for allocating resources to build park equipment.
Deputy Mayor Smyber.
Just a question then. So are those, the park, big apparatuses, I guess, are they identified in our DC or development charge study so that we can, I guess, recoup the costs that way?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, through the mayor. At the time that the last DC background study was done, it did identify and include all of the existing playgrounds. Yes.
Councillor Lockie.
So this question is regarding number 51 on the other consideration. So it has talked about the mill pond and replacing 150 linear feet of rotten boardwalk. Because I know that the mill pond, that's like, everybody loves the mill pond. Everybody uses that trail. And is there any like liability from those rotten boards that if we don't replace them sooner might come to haunt us?
Yes, through the mayor. So the mill pond, we have a good working relationship with Upper Thames on that. And even though that one is listed at the very bottom of that list, we are tending to, on an annual basis, anything that gets close to the point of needing to be tended to, so with that we're not opening ourselves up to undue liability. And the reason that one page that Councillor Lockie's looking at, so right before my 12 business cases, there's a page that just lists kind of the top 51 capital projects that are on our watch list for community services and facilities. And that's more than anything else, I wanted to make council aware these are some of the top things. And there's probably a few new things that need to be added already as Thames Center develops. However, I think as a courtesy to council that when you have constituents say, hey, what about this, what about that, that you can see that at least it is on the list. And if not, bring it to my attention, because there is a lot of things for us to try and maintain and develop for the community.
So then, just so for clarity, so if we don't invest in that 25,000, we're not worried about people falling through the trail.
Oh, sorry, I should have finished off that answer. So we do have every year an annual trails budget. So the trails budget also helps to take care of these sorts of matters. And truthfully, the trails budget will probably mean that item 51 can just be taken off the list.
Okay, perfect, thanks.
Yep, you're welcome.
Okay, anything else before we move on? Okay.
So through your worship, you suggesting what, taking what, item 51 off the list? Which,
Yeah, so sorry, it's not in the current, so one of the pages in the binder shows other upcoming capital projects, but that number 51, area 51 is not included in the 2026 budget.
and that's the board replacement or?
Correct, yeah, so it was identified as a board replacement. It's not, so that number 51 is not in the budget. However, it is being addressed already through other budget lines, through the trails capital.
Okay, just because I think we should get on, like, I think we should try and do that with Upper Thames while we still have Upper Thames.
Oh, correct. Yeah, we have been, and every year Upper Thames does work with us. They sometimes take it upon themselves to tackle and do improvements, and otherwise they're doing inspections of the trails and letting us know anything else that needs to be tended to that falls under our responsibility. So we do have a good working relationship there.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. So are we ready to move on then? Does anyone need a break for a few minutes? Okay, John?
Well,
one thing-
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to point out you did defer two more additional items to this 5.2.
Yes,
And I'm not sure if you want to speak to those at this point. That's the $50,000 request for playroom equipment or experiment, and the ORC request for the additional diamond.
okay, council. Would you like to take a break and then open this up for discussion following? Pardon?
I'd rather.
Okay, then let's go. Okay. Anyone? Would you like to start the ball? Councillor Crockett? Go.
Since we were talking about ball diamonds, I guess we can start there. Not necessarily like, I don't know how to start this. I think as I alluded in my comments in regards to the lights for diamond number 4 is that we have this amazing facility that whether it's utilized by everyone in our community or not, it's an asset to the municipality as a whole. And whether, I guess there's some areas like septic and parking that are recognized as improvements that need to be made. Regardless of that, the diamonds are being utilized to their full potential. And I think as the presentation was this morning, this Blue Jays effect and them basically almost winning is only going to increase minor ball. And I think it's something that we need to look at. I think one step that this council has already made is deferring the lighting decision until a report comes back, because I think we need to have a better understanding and set the future council up, who's likely going to make more decisions in regard to just kind of recreation as a whole, into kind of what the potential is and what we can afford through tax dollars to make that happen. I think in general, I'd be supportive of putting an additional diamond there. What that diamond looks like, I'm not sure. I would be ready to make the decision today on that. I'll leave it there for right now.
Anyone else? Director McDonald?
Sorry, if council will allow me just to, I had a few comments for both those presentations, just as two community partners that I work closely with that I wanted to share my thoughts with you. No, that's fine. No, you were great. So with regards to Great Lake Canadians presentation, my main thoughts on that are, and again, this is an incredibly tough decision with everything that council has to consider today on the budget. But the 500,000 is a great sizable third-party investment. What they're looking to partner with us on is geared towards the youth. It's a smaller diamond, so ages 14 and under, which is ideal for minor ball in Thames Center. The metrics point in all the right directions for the capacity issues that are going to develop thanks to the Blue Jays' success. As I'd already mentioned, our year-to-date actuals for operating budget for baseball show it as a break-even venture, which is great. If we were to take the baseball lights and instead invest that towards a new diamond, that would greatly help reduce the cost, our cost for such a project. I already touched on the master plan for community services and facilities, speaking to moving a diamond out to the York. And finally, I think just Great Lake Canadians, they've been a great partner. We have a public-private partnership with Great Lakes Canadians. That one was entered into on the previous term of council. And so with that, that's why they are doing an awful lot of the day-to-day maintenance for both the ball diamonds at the Orc, the original one being referred to as the Field of Dreams, and then our artificial turf one being known as Royal Field. So they've been a great partner. And as Chris modestly mentioned, they do also pour a lot of their own funds and they do replace things regularly out there just to give the best experience for the youth that are involved with baseball. And then I'll hold my thoughts on play. Maybe we'll finish off on baseball before I comment on Mike's presentation.
Thank you, Director McDonald. Any other questions, comments from council on this one? Councillor Heyman? Oh, Councillor, Deputy Mayor Smybert's going first. Okay.
Okay. No, and I think it's incredible that we have this opportunity to expand the facility out there. It just financially though, it's just not feasible at this time. So I'm hoping the presentation did allude to the fact that they are using other baseball diamonds in other municipalities such as the City of London. So I'm hoping that that can continue until such time as maybe the municipality has built up some funds or has received some funding so that we can advance that project.
Thank you. Councillor Heyman?
Thank you, Your Worship, and great comments by everybody. I kind of said what I thought in the delegation, and I just want to restate, that the development charges for the Royal Field are substantial, and we do not have the contribution rate that we need on those existing and on that existing debt. And I think, given our economic update, we know like we're at rock bottom DC's like almost 10-year low. So I think that if, the situation changes, I think it's a very good project. I just don't think we're there in terms of our means. But again, we should keep the relationship going. And if they're doing the fundraising, like they're doing the community mobilization, and I think, a lot of our best community projects and recreation projects are supported by the community with their funds, and they're already halfway there. We just have to get to the point where we can meet them.
Councillor Crockett?
Yeah, I think further to that, to both of your comments is that I think we can assist them the best we can right now. And that being, improving the septic system on site. We've already gone ahead and made the parking lot bigger for them. I think there's steps we can do in addition to that after their presentation today. I think an introduction to Middlesex County would be really beneficial. They already seem to have a really strong relationship with Tourism London, but Middlesex does their own types of tourism as well. And then I think that there's going to be an opportunity to really see that thrive, but I think some other assets within the community kind of have to go along with it in order to make it really viable here in the municipality. But as I said, I think it's a really awesome asset that we have. We're just not there yet to kind of fully assist in funding that right now.
Anyone else? Yeah. Just going back to the ORC in general, like I said before, I really value all the facilities that we have out here. I'm glad to see that we're going to put some money into the septic system because that definitely was a problem. We took some remaining funds a few years ago to make a parking lot where none really existed before. The other little things that have concerned me is that there isn't a whole lot of value added out there in terms of a refreshment booth or any of that sort of thing. I mean, I know that people have the option of going to Tim's or Subway, the grocery stores and that sort of thing. But I mean, I feel that we're up against it a bit this year, more than a bit. And we have to take care of what we're going to do in terms of our ratepayers. So as much as I think that that's an exciting project, I think it might be a little beyond us this year. So unless there are any other comments on this particular one, I think I would be, I don't think I would be comfortable right at the moment in moving forward in this term of council or burdening another council. John, if I might ask the question, what is the current outstanding debenture on that field? Do you know that? You may have given us that.
I believe your question, Madam Mayor, is what's your current level of principal and interest? Your payments? Or what's your
Or
capacity?
just the, maybe I'm not saying it right. The how much do we still owe on it?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking in general. That I'm not sure.
Do we know it, Steve? Sorry, I shouldn't.
No.
I shouldn't surprise you this way. I'm sure it's here somewhere. I just don't have my fingers on it at the moment. Is it in the handout you gave us this morning? You're not. I'm not sure that I saw. Anyway, without, without pulling in all kinds of documentation from even last year, the fact remains we still have considerable debt against the field, right? Which kind of gives me pause to consider another one at this time. Okay, that's all I have to say.
2.3 million overdrawn for recreation DCs.
So, yeah, overall, I just wondered what the portion was, but that's okay. That's close enough. So, our next step.
Just one last comment, like I've noticed, like even in my personal life and business, I think this is a year and a time where, we're trying to get on, we're catching our breath on a lot of things, and so that, it is tougher times. We're not doing nothing, but I think it's a time to plan and to organize so that when we have greener pastures, then we can make smart decisions. But right now it's like, I think we're still digesting a lot of things that have been done over the past years.
All right. So do we need a motion?
Yeah, so we have an updated motion, because this was the end of the capital, correct? Unless John would like to speak.
Playroom. Okay, do you want to go to that discussion first, or is there anything else? Oh, I'm sorry, Steve, pardon? Okay, are we ready to talk about playroom? Okay, let's go with that then. Do you want to start?
If I may, yes,
Sure.
thank you.
Go ahead.
Through the mayor. The one thing I did was I compared the budget amounts that we commit on an annual basis to other recreation areas. So when we look at ice sports, field sports, the senior center, now the active living center, just even the price for playgrounds and more, the ask from the playroom experiment seems more, in line. Like for the seniors center, the active living center, sorry, our annual expenses there are $350,000. For our playground, our summer playground day camp, we have a net loss every year that's similar to Mike's ask, and that's just for 2 months of the year. For baseball, our annual expenses are 124,000. For soccer, 105,000. And ice, it's hard to put a number on that because all the ice expense lines are grouped in with the flight exec center as a whole. But I think for $50,000, the amount of youth and adults that benefit from that sort of program, Mike referenced the stat that I've heard before as well, that about 38% of kids are not involved in sports. So this is an outlet for that large percentage, that 38%. And then those very troubling numbers with the majority of kids not asking for help if they've got issues where they should be speaking with someone. As Mike said, he's not the answer to all that, but he does really focus on inclusion. I've seen it firsthand there, the work he does, the number of classes he has that come in there, and the environment that it fosters is fantastic. So in my opinion, I think it's, good money on the budget. And if it's only 2 or 3 years before it starts to make money and be able to help provide funds for other ventures within Thames Center, I think that's worthwhile. Mike didn't bring the numbers today, but he has shown me over the last while some very detailed numbers he's worked out for his different revenue lines, and done so in a not an aggressive numbers, but numbers that seem very attainable. And so I do have faith in his 3-year timeline that he's mentioned. And the reason why he'd said a few times, just to explain his wording, is I explained to him early on, he was going to come and ask for 50,000 for the next 3 years. And I said, this current term of council can't commit to anything beyond, we're working on the 2026 budget. So only your ask is only for 2026. Anything beyond that will be up to the next term of council. So that's where that came from. But I think as well, the space that we've provided him, otherwise I don't have a lineup of other people or groups that wanted that space that would have provided something of similar magnitude for Thames Center. And the work and the programs offered from the Playroom Experiment align with 8 of our recommendations in the master plan for community services. So I think those are all reasons that definitely point me towards supporting that request. Thank you.
Any comments from council? Councillor Lockie?
Yeah, I support the request too, because, in the grand scheme, $50,000 is not a lot of money considering, how many people benefit from that type of service. And the part that kind of resonated with me is that the new space would allow him to change his capacity from 40 people to 100. So it would open it up a lot more for revenue for like renting it out for corporate groups. So I would support it.
Anyone else? Councillor Crockett?
Two questions. I think a point of clarification for Counselor Lockie here is, my understanding is they're already utilizing the space. It's just, this ask is for improvements, is it not?
Yeah, through the mayor, correct. This is for improvements to the mezzanine level,
Yeah.
which for any counselors that haven't been up there, I call it the garage. It's an unfinished area. So like worst case scenario, it's providing permanent improvements to our space.
Yeah, so I think that's kind of what the second point of my comments is that there's the request for flooring and drywall and HVAC and everything. And is this more, I mean, would these improvements be required or looked into whether the playroom experiment was using this area or not? Like, does it need HVAC improvements? Is it more for just the look and feel of the space? I guess, again, because we are kind of in a tight situation right now, there is a lot of involvement with the high school. Is it something that the high school art department could come in and paint the walls? Or, is there some sort of additional community support that we could look into? Or are these asks something that this space really requires in order to make it usable?
Yeah, through the mayor, I believe the requests are improvements to really make it a welcoming, usable space. And as Mike briefly mentioned, that's not even the full price. Like he's asking us to assist with it, with him paying for the balance of those improvements as well. So I think it is worthwhile.
Anyone else? Just one thing, Steve, I meant to ask Mike this. In his 5-year forecast, that's what he's projecting as income to offset that, the costs of operating this. That was on basically the last page. He had 27, 45, 93, 73, 28, a little over 21,000, 29, 57,000 and 28, 56, almost 57.
Yes, that is correct. He's got various revenue lines that would be developed over the years from sponsors, from naming rights, from private rentals, and from doing a lot of partnering with local sports organizations and when tournaments are in the Flight Exec Center. So he's got various streams of revenue and an awful lot of ambition.
Yeah, so these are projections then. Okay. Alrighty, Councillor Heeman, did you have a question?
Yeah, no, it's good to know that he has a semblance of a plan, but the reality is we asked for that in the spring and we didn't get it. And it's good to compare it to other service groups, but this isn't like a lot of those are internal programs, and we are already extending funding in the form of services in kind with the rental space. I agree this is improving our own asset. So I think that, whatever happens, we will still have that. I just think that, the Boys and Girls Club did give us a financial plan with the revenue model. That's important because we want this to succeed long term, right? And I'm really struggling because if you put your banker hat on, they don't give you more money unless you show how you're going to make your payments. So, but this isn't a bank also. So, but like we did come up with 50,000 in savings in the first motion. So,
Okay, Deputy Mayor Smyberg.
Yeah, again, we're really fortunate to have someone like Mike who is taking this on and is doing a lot of work and putting, his sweat and equity into this. Again, it was really interesting. His presentation talked about sustaining, right? So I think I'd like to see more of that kind of that sustainment model before we take a look at growing that program a bit more. So I would be inclined again to defer that capital ask.
Councillor Crockett.
Sorry, just a comment that I forgot to include in my first statement is that I did see Mike slowly moving towards what it is that council's been asking for, which are the numbers aspects on it. And I think that there just needs to be a little bit more improvement on that and actually looking at this as like a legitimate business case instead of just a casual ask, I guess. I would like to see what, you know, which is why I was asking him the questions on kind of what he gets in income from events, what the membership fee structure looks like, and the aspects of that, because I think that this, like the Playroom experiment as a whole and as a not-for-profit, I think has sustainability requirements in it. We're just not seeing that whole picture in the presentations to council, which is why I'm also hesitant, and I would be comfortable deferring this, knowing that there's still support in it. We want to see this succeed, but I just don't think we have everything we need to make a financial investment on top of what we're already giving at this time.
So basically, you're looking for a little better, a stronger business case for what he's proposing. Councillor Heeman, and then, or would you prefer to address this now? Okay, Councillor Heeman then.
Okay, I'm just wondering if there's a way we can meet him somewhere in the middle, and I did get the sense that he's looking for like this critical mass to really, get that takeoff. So I don't want him to lose momentum in that approach, but just understanding some of the enhancements involved. This is classed as a commercial building, so like HVAC installations need engineered sets of drawings. Like it's not going to be the full 50,000, but that's an improvement that would benefit either one of us. It shows some, some commitment, and I think that would give us another year for those plans to come together. And it's going to take time, like depending on how good you are with your commercial engineer, it can take a long time to get very simple drawings, or it can take a short period of time. But if there's like something we can do to help with the design of the space so that we're not completely disrupting his timeline, and then it allows for that co-creation, because like ultimately we are going to inherit the asset in one way or the other. So I think you could also exercise control on that through your control of the space. But I'm just thinking of like maybe a middle way where there might be a reduced amount that could contribute to the goal. But yeah.
All right. Okay, Director McDonald.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, when Mr. Primo presented earlier in the year, I can't remember which month it was a meeting where he and the Boys and Girls Club both presented. At that meeting, he had brought forward his numbers. So I think if we were to look back at that report, I think there was full financials there, I believe. And I know I've seen them since because he's continued to refine them and work on them and adjust them. So although we didn't get into the weeds today with it, and that may have been my fault in that I stressed to him the importance of a quick presentation. So maybe he felt there wasn't time to get into that, but obviously it does make sense for council to see those numbers. But I know there are numbers. He has put a lot of work into a business case. I just, it wasn't presented today.
Yeah. I guess going forward though, without a really good sense of the money in and the money out, then it's tougher for council. And as we've stated before, we're kind of under the gun this year with this budget, and we have to be able to justify the monies that we spend. So, Councillor Crockett.
Sorry, I believe we've talked about this before, but we've been working with Mike in regards to like different grant options and assisting him on those types of things as well, correct? have we been successful in anything that's available at this time?
We haven't applied for anything yet.
Okay.
We were close to, sorry, through the mayor. There was 1 trillion one that didn't quite line up timing wise. So there's going to be some on the horizon that should line up.
And I ask that only because I am in agreement with Tom that I feel like we can meet him somewhere. I'm just not sure what that threshold would be, and I want it to be beneficial to whether it's like the building as a whole, and if heaven forbid we lose them as a tenant, like is this something that's going to be improved upon, or can we continue to assist with kind of the staffing aspects of things, of like grant writing, or different areas like that we can continue to offer our services that way.
And I think staff has been working with him to do that, if I'm right about that. I think in a way we have provided, he's providing a service to the community that a certain population needs, and I think that that's great. And I think given the constraints that we're under, we are providing, we are saving him room rentals and that sort of thing. So we all know that those rental costs can fluctuate and be increasing, but I do think that we're not just ignoring the playroom experiment. We're recognizing it where we've allocated the space. It's just up to council then to decide whether you want to top that up a little bit with something else. Councillor Heeman.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just picking up on Councillor Crockett's point, and I'm just wondering if there's a way where we could work together to create a shovel-ready grant submission, you know, like again, some of those design aspects would be helpful in a professional or, you know, in a competitive grant pool. You know, so that's a thought, but I'm also just getting the feeling like, why don't we put a pin in this and see where we end up at the end? Because I know we all feel really sensitive right now, but I don't think we actually know where we're gonna end, and that could change that sensitivity.
All right, are we closing discussion on this one? Okay, Joe? Mhm. Let's hear from our new CAO.
Hello, greetings. Just listening to the conversation and the brief discussion and information that Steve shared with me earlier in the week about this organization. I did, and the note from Mr. Primo with respect to his transitioning from one corporation to another. I'm wondering whether or not it would be useful to introduce them to Community Futures, the Middlesex Community Futures, to help build capacity, because they do support like that for not-for-profits. And if that's the kind of work he's transitioning a new board to, that might help him to gather the information and present things in a way that is better informing council, but also to the point of additional grant submissions. I think that might be a nice connection for him.
Yeah, you think so? Great. Steve? Yeah, okay. Great. So
From discussions and numbers from the treasurer, John, the amended recommendation, if you guys are ready for that, would be put that the 2026 draft proposed capital budget of $14,696,052 be approved as presented. It being noted, it includes $6,180,317 for projects that were initially approved in prior years but have multi-year needs. That the additional capital infrastructure levy, I'm not sure if you guys are at the point where you want to do with the capital infrastructure levy now, or do you want to do it after? Sorry, John?
Through you, Your Worship, I think an appropriate spot to do it is in the operating budget.
Okay.
It's an operating contribution to reserve funds.
Okay, so then we will skip that. And then I've added, and that the capital requests from the Great Lakes Canadians and the Playroom Experiment be deferred to future budget discussions. Or you guys kept saying the word deferred, so I wasn't sure if that's the wording you wanted to use.
I think we defer the Great Lakes Canadians at this point, but I don't think we want to close that door yet on the playroom experiment. Is that, was it? did-
Okay. So what do you want to do? So I guess I need to know what you want to do with the playroom experiment then.
Park it and move on.
No decision? Sure.
We circle back.
The timing on circling back
At the end of the meeting.
this afternoon?
Yeah.
Or when?
Okay, so then you can't really approve the capital budget. So we can leave that till later this afternoon if you wish. Okay. Yep, that's fine.
Council's in agreement? Any? Certainly.
Sorry, Jana, I think I kind of just blacked out when you were reading the statement. With the, with the deferrals we made, what was the final number that we sit at right now for capital?
With the, through your worship, with the three amendments, the total capital is 14,696,052. And that's made up of new projects and existing or prior year, but are continuing need future funding. No,
I'm going to ask for a recess until 1 o'clock. All right, everyone in agreement with that? Okay, all right, then we'll see you back here in the chambers at 1 o'clock. Thank you all. Hey, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're calling back the meeting to resume following our lunch break. It is 1:04 PM and I'd like to call the meeting back to order. So we are now moving into, are you taking the lead on this one, John, or? Yeah, absolutely. Because I'm not capable. So you go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thanks.
Just to maybe start it off, there's something's come to my attention during the break, and I just wanted to be transparent about it. And we're just going to shift it a little bit, but there are two initiatives, I guess you'd say, in the Parks and Rec operating budget that actually are increase in level of service. And so we're gonna, when we review the Parks and Rec budget, when we get to that point, we will pop that out, and then Steve can speak to those two initiatives.
Yes.
And so it's really just moving it from maintained service levels to increase in service level. And I believe the clerk has a chart that we're going to put up on the screen. And as we go through each of these services, we can highlight all the 4 decision points.
Sure.
And then you can see them all at once. And
Okay.
that's how I'd like to see how it happens.
Yep. No, that'd be great.
Is that okay?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead. (2026) increase and where they are located in the budget documents. That's the one. I'm having troubles reading it. Okay. I think this might be the one.
So I can introduce each section if you'd
Sure.
like. So the first section is the general government services, which includes council, information technology, office of the CAO, economic development, legal services, treasury, and financial services. And the recommendation in front of you is to the 2026 general government operating gross budget of $3,396,206, net 704,351 be approved. So if that's something you would like to put on the floor, we can then have a conversation of that operating budget. And I'll just point out that general government also has, to maintain service levels, is reduction in revenue of 171,284. This is also where you will find the asset management budget error of 75,809, as well as this is where you'll find the increase in the OMPF annual allocation of $101,800. And in terms of, let me just see, levels of services, there are 2 business cases in front of you, and that's for the increased staffing resources in legislative services, $17,110, and the increase in the annual community improvement plan initiatives, and that is for $10,000. As well, also in this one, and we're going to get right into it, is the conversation around the capital infrastructure levy. There is a recommended 1% increase in the general levy, capital levy that is, and that totals $123,454. And that's and then lastly, in one-time initiatives, there is in the council budget, there is that Memorial Forest Healing Forest initiative, and that is worth $14,000. I believe that's all in general government. Yeah. Oh, no, sorry. One more. apologize. And that's another initiative, one-time initiative, and that's $30,000 for the tourism master plan. And this was deferred from the 2025 budget discussion. Is that helpful? No. Sorry?
Yeah, so we already talked about the tourism master plan in the first session on capital.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe that was, I can see where the confusion is because it also was $30,000, but that was for, all the,
Okay.
pardon?
And what was it, 20?
Oh, the building study? The permit or the building study?
Oh,
Building fee
all right.
study?
So there were, is this another mobile speed sign? Because we did talk about that one and that before. And that, right? Just,
Yes.
so that we talked about replacing Dorothy. Is this one in addition to that, or is this the same? one?
No, through you, your worship, it's my, my apologies. I didn't correct council. That wasn't in the capital budget.
The traffic sign? Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it's a different price though, too.
We like this price better.
Yeah, I like that price. Through your worship, perhaps Jared might want to just speak to that.
Director Craven can shed some light on this.
Thank you. I'll get the quote for Dorothy plus one here shortly. It's 13 or 15,000. I can't remember which one it was, but I can get that price. But it is just one additional sign to the current one that we have right now.
So 2 units? 2 units?
That's correct.
That means that we'll end up with 2 if we go ahead with this. Dorothy's well used. Sometimes Dorothy gets abused too and ends up in the Dorothy Hospital. Yes, Councillor Lockie.
Yeah, through your worship, just for clarification. So last year we had put I think it was a 2% capital levy. So is this, this capital levy that we have this year, is this like a continuation plus another one, or is just continuing the same levy that we had last year?
Through your worship, this would be an additional increase in the levy.
Okay.
So the in the capital reserve fund schedule. Currently, before this increase, your annual capital levy contribution from taxes is 356,484. With increasing it by this amount, 123,454, you would be have an annual contribution of 479,938 going into the capital reserve, capital levy reserve each year.
Okay, thanks.
All right, so I'll open it up to council for some questions. Councillor Crockett?
Since we seem to be doing things backward by way of our paperwork today, can we start at the bottom? And just because there was a little bit of confusion on the tourism master plan, the additional mobile traffic signs. So can we just talk about maybe that area first? Because I think that there's some clear decisions that can be made there, and then maybe get into the nitty gritty. So I think we've established that the additional mobile traffic sign has already been included through the capital discussions this morning. If we can cross that one off, would be my understanding. Is that how?
Yeah, potentially. Through you, Madam Chair, the mobile sign would be in the transportation services component. So it's not on the floor at the moment. So we could park that and talk about it at transportation if that suits council.
Yeah, and I guess maybe it's just a point of clarification because there's like the outdoor recreation center maintenance and repairs, is that in addition to the septic system that's being proposed? Okay, sidewalk repairs, that's in addition to the stuff that's already listed. I'm confused.
Sorry for the confusion. This table identifies where within the budget these increases exist. As we go through each service, I'm going to highlight each one of them. And the discussion, I was hoping the discussion would be had at that point, not this whole list. Okay, so the question came from the floor because it's on the list and rightly pointing out that we're double counting potentially. And I apologize for that. Yes, sorry. Yeah. A new way, I guess. Then.
Okay. So, so we're going to go over to general government then, for the operating budget here. And we will bring up these as we get to them.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
That was my intention.
Yep.
Your man.
Yeah, that's fine. All right. So are we starting on the next sheet here under?
Yeah, so it's everything that's in the general admin tab
Yep.
is up for conversation. And you know, in retrospect, I probably should have sorted that by service area. It would make a lot more sense, but then for
Okay.
this kind of conversation, the decision points, I wanted to get them all together. So I
Okay.
apologize. It might be causing a little confusion here. So,
Sure. All right. Okay. So we're gonna turn to page 2 of 62. Am I on the right page? Okay. Yep. Under general administration. Yep. Okay. All righty. So anything you want to say on this before I open it up to any questions, comments from council? No? Okay. So then in that case, any questions or comments from council on this particular page or section? Councillor Crockett?
Okay, a few questions, if I can just go in order. I was just curious why there was no 2026 budget for information technology expenses on page 3 of 62. Is that normal? Like, it just seems that it's weird that it's blank. I don't know. Is that where,
through you, Madam, Your Worship, there is, it's the, under expenses, it's the third line item, information services. You see that? The budget is for $17,233 for 2026.
I'm on the bottom of page 3.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I didn't understand your comment. So, how the budget works for information services is that it's allocated out to all the different services. So it's a
Okay.
net zero budget.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Okay, that was my question without questioning it. My other comments included, and I guess maybe this is towards our new CAO, but there was a significant decrease in budget for convention, seminars, training, and education. And I was just curious as to whether we feel like that's sufficient because it's been utilized in the past quite significantly. Okay.
Through your worship, in
Okay.
2025 or earlier, there was a decision by the past CAO to consolidate all of the costs into the CAO's budget. It was a decision of senior management team to properly record those into various services, so you're getting the more true picture of what services cost. And that's unfortunately, that's the implication of this. You're going to see a lot of reductions here, but a lot of increases in other services. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Oh, now I lost my page.
So just to further that point then, John, if you go along that line, Does that, with convention seminars, education and training, does that also that doesn't have anything to do with council attending Roma and all the, okay.
So
Ju-
council
just-
has
just
their
to
own
make sure.
budget.
Yes.
Yeah, so there's office of the CAO and then council has their own. Council always had their own. But it was internally that everything was used to be centered in the office of the CIO for administration staff. But council has always had their own amount, to which we increased it this year based on the fact that there will be more training in November and December for possibly new council.
Thank you. I was just looking for a little bit of clarification on how it was established. Okay.
Sorry,
And-
and then I have one final question, which I think is how this works, is in regards to under economic development expenses, there's a hefty increase in budget to $60,000. And I'm assuming that that is for the one-time initiative of the $30,000 tourism master plan that was deferred from last year.
Yes, through you, your worship, that is correct. And there's an equal and opposite increase, or I guess it's a negative, to the transfers from reserve. So that's it, the $30,000 transfer from reserve is how that is being paid for from this tax stabilization reserve.
Okay, and then on that conversation, I'm not sure. Is this something that council would like to discuss in putting forward for 2026? Or are we doing more work like with Middlesex County or other options there? Like, I know it doesn't necessarily have an impact, but I was just curious, how are we prepared for that in our final year of our term, or?
Through your worship, were we talking about line item 66495? That's what we're talking about? Yeah, I think when we deferred it last time, I didn't expect it to come back.
Recommendation was to return to this. The recommendation was to return to the 2026 budget, defer
Wow.
to the 2026 budget.
Well, my expectation may not be the recommendation. I just
But
no, I appreciate it being thorough and like giving us the choice. So I'm just like, direct, Councilor Crockett asked the question. That's kind of my thought. I do think we lean on the county for a lot of these things, and they do have a lot of resources. And I think we would be duplicating a lot of those.
I think the director of planning has a comment.
Thanks, through your worship, and to Councillor Crockett, your question on the tourism master plan. I think it might be beneficial to defer that and see if we can work with the county on the economic development strategy. If you're looking to tighten up the budget this year, I think the economic development strategy could incorporate both the tourism master plan and active strategy. Work on our goals prior to going into the tourism master plan, especially because we've just implemented or approved a trails and cycling master plan as well.
Councillor Heeman?
Just further to that, if I'm looking at our historic actuals in the budgeted number, we seem to generally come closer to 15,000 than 30,000. Do you think we'd be able to make do with that 15,000 this year? And just knowing like a lot of that goes into the buy local campaign, which will occur during the fall election period as well. So I don't know if I know there's other expenses, but that is one of them that I don't know if we may be incurring that in the same way.
Are we looking to have this deferred? This item? Okay. No. Because here's the thing, I know that the the county is kind of reworking to some extent their economic development. There are going to be some new initiatives, and the Economic Development Corporation did not succeed, so we are staying with the department. But I know that without talking about any sort of specifics, because I don't know them all, I think that there is going to be maybe a harder look at economic development through the county. So, and Tom, as the chair, perhaps of our committee, you may have more information.
We, I think the initiatives that we've undertaken are not contingent on that at the moment. And I think a lot of the things are centered around the CIP. And we are still looking at fully deploying all those CIP funds. So I think in terms of like supporting local businesses, that's a direct avenue that we have. In terms of grants,
So, as a council, then are we striking this line? Oh, Michelle, sorry,
Yeah, I would be in favor of removing the tourism study. Well, also with the CIP grant, I know that, I think we put $20,000 in each year, and the Economic Development Committee recommended a further 10,000.
yeah, the additional 10,000 is based off of accessibility grant projects having a high cost, and most applicants for that tend to not go forward because they're looking at, you know, $60,000 to $80,000 improvements, and the most we can give them is 5,000, so they are much further ahead to maintain the status quo. So the thought is if we could increase that incentive, then that would probably garner more applicants. But I think we need to amend terms of the committee in order to accomplish that, or not the committee, we need to amend the CIP to facilitate that. But otherwise, we should be getting, or we've applied for a rebate from the county that could top up that fund. It's like 50% cost matching, but again, we haven't fully deployed all of the grants.
So thanks for that. That's why I was indicating, if we're not fully utilizing what we put in the budget now, I'm just questioning if we really need to put the additional $10,000 in for 2026.
Thanks, through your worship. I just want to comment, and thanks, Tom, for reiterating the CIP incentives there. It's only per certain categories and wouldn't be an overall budget. It's to incentivize only certain categories like accessibility. So the signage remained the same, and it will undergo a full CIP review with the county and come back to the ACDEV committee and council for approval.
okay. All right.
So, and through your worship, as a committee chair, I'll always take more money, but as a counselor, I think that we could, I shouldn't say always, that's not, but yeah, I think that if we fully deploy the grant, then I think it would make sense to raise it, and it will take time to amend the CIP. So maybe in the next year's, or in 2027, we will be able to deploy that fuller amount.
So going back to my original question, this is being struck from this portion of the budget. Am I getting that right?
I think we would be okay to maintain 20,000
Okay,
for this year.
for
yeah.
this year. Okay. All right,
And then keep in mind, undeployed funds will go to reserve.
yes. All right, are we? Okay, all right. Go ahead then, Councillor Lockie.
So this question, I guess, is Director McDonald. Sorry, I feel like I'm picking on you. So this is with the healing garden. So the $16,000. So is that just the cost of the healing garden, or is that do we factor in that we might get any like funding for it? So
Uh,
that- yeah.
through the mayor. So what that $16,000 amount is for is actually for, there is the two initiatives that recommendations from the Environmental Advisory Committee that came before council, I think back, at the September 22nd meeting, to proceed with a memorial forest at the Dorchester Conservation Area and a healing forest behind West Missouri Public School. So that dollar amount is for the two combined. Now, since then, we had to submit our budget numbers, the updated pricing for the healing forest, I've got a revised recommendation that would save us some money for 2026. So basically, for the memorial forest, all we need for there is a couple of signs. One that a great big sign that'll say Memorial Forest, and then secondary is, unlike some memorial forests or memorial gardens, people pay and get a tree with grandpa's name on it or whatever. We're proposing, and the committee was on board with us not doing that approach. Instead, it's memorial forest, all the trees are already there, and we have an honor board. So if you want, we'll set a fee and you can get a little plaque added to the great big honor board that says, in memory of grandpa. So that's all that will ever happen at the memorial forest, and the cost for the plaques, the individual memorial plaques will be covered with what we charge them, of course. The healing forest, after initial discussions with the Thames Valley District School Board, because right now, as council may recall, West Missouri's playground envelops the memorial forest area. They are in support of us proceeding, I've had some really good first discussions with some of the local First Nations, and they are also eager to speak further with us. So that's very encouraging. However, the one thing that the school pointed out is they'd really want to see a fence go between their playground and the memorial forest with a gate, so that when the school wants to access that area, because they use it for classes, for science, for recess, whatever, that they can open the gate, but then they can close the gate during off hours or whatever, so that the general public, obviously for the safety of kids, you can't just have general public milling about in the same area as kids on recess. So that's a 400-foot long fence. It's quite a distance. And that fence, the first quote we got came in at $20,000. So due to that cost, and I haven't talked to the school board to see whether I can get any money out of them to help with the fence, that'll be tough. And due to the fact, I think it'll be, to do this properly, which will be critical, I think there's going to be it's going to be a long journey and discussions with the First Nations to respect all their wishes and needs. And there's also, I don't know if it's still available, but in the past, we did apply a couple years ago to a David Suzuki fund for healing forest. We were not successful. But at that point, we had no vision or plan. Whereas now, if that's still available, if I can apply for that with input from the First Nations and the school board and show that it's a real community initiative, then I think we could be successful to get some funds to help pay for a fence for 2027. So then what I would propose is for 2026, we first develop the memorial forest at the Dorchester Conservation Area, and we could knock that price down to $8,000.
I do have questions on something else, but did you have a question on this, Councillor Heeman?
Yeah, I think it's fine to keep that in at, where, like, whatever you suggest, Director McDonald, but I'm just wondering if we could, maybe at a later date, look at, sponsorship opportunities so that we could, potentially recover some costs, and then that might expedite that process. So like, because it's coming out of tax stabilization, I think that's, we could potentially do money in, money out. But yeah, and I don't, maybe that's something we can discuss down the road, because you already have a lot of stakeholders and partners to manage. And, if we can fund it alternatively, that would be great, but it also has to balance the needs of the communities you're working with. So
So I did have another question. So this was in the IT section. So I see that the subcontract, so item 66443, it's like the fourth last one on page 3. So that went up to like close to 82,000 versus, I'll just compare it to FY24 to 65 2 years ago. Do we know why that has gone up so much?
Do we have any answers on that?
For your worship, I wondered if you could repeat the question.
Okay, so yeah, so this is on page 3 of the package. So on the information technology section, so this would be item 6643 for subcontract. So it's the fourth one from the bottom. So this year we've got a budget of roughly 82,000, and then it's up from 65,000 from 2024. So I'm just comparing to 2024 because it's last time we had a full year. So do we know why that one's going up so much?
I'm just looking through the budget IT sent us.
So it's a 2-year increase that's going up, right? Not year over year. That's it's
No,
more
yeah, because we don't really have last year's to compare it to, but it's still, 10 grand a year. It's still pretty steep.
Looks like it's the cost of citywide. 66440. Is that it? Over 3. I'm just looking. Let me see if they give us anything in there. We do get this budget, right, from the county based on what they know we need. Is asset management, but it's not that. It's different. There wasn't in there.
through your worship, that account typically tracks costs of like wages and service, like that kind of stuff of third parties. So I'm just guessing because I don't have that detail quite yet, but I imagine it's due to the charge that the county is charging us to maintain our network.
Yeah, that could be right, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it just seems like a lot. And then the other question I had, so this would be back on ECDev. The 65380, the consulting engineering. So is that back to the mural project? The 12,340 that we have there? Okay, so that was just money we didn't spend this year?
So would that, yeah, and would that typically go back, be held in reserves then? Because I guess I was thinking along the same lines. Because of the reaction from the community, is this a project we want to just kind of put money aside for? Or is this something that we think we might drop altogether? We already know the decision from the contractor, so. Amanda, would you like to comment?
Yeah, thanks. Through your worship, I think the resolution was to defer the money to this budget year for your consideration on how to spend it, not necessarily for a mural project, but for ECDev initiations, and it'd be up to council or the ECDev committee to kind of comment on what they would want to use those funds for if that's not the case.
So that's kind of the road I'm going down. Are we going to keep that there, or I my own personal thought is that I don't see a light at the end of that tunnel. So I'm not convinced as we sit right now that having that in abeyance proves anything much.
So the discussion, through your worship, the discussion was that, yes, we're not going to continue with our previous contractor because he declined to continue to work with us. That murals are still a good project, that we are not going to pursue anything in the coming year. So the request to maintain those funds was to recognize that there is a general interest and commitment to doing murals, but not necessarily in the immediate future. So I think that really the spirit behind that is like, let's not, yeah, let's, yeah, I'm not gonna make an analogy about a baby and such, but, yeah, so I think like the goal is that that initiative would continue, but it would probably continue in 2027, because we don't, like, whether we go through an RFQ or an RFP at this point, that would like, but even that, there's no desire from the committee to do that at this point. Just let things settle out and then potentially try a different avenue in future. So
So leave the money in reserve.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. Is that the will of,
you said two different things. Can you say that out loud?
Yeah, so if we're not looking at doing that project in 2026, then that wouldn't be a one-time initiative. That would be coming out of the strategic or the tax stabilization account, so it should be removed from the list.
is that something that council is considering doing? I'm seeing nodding heads, so, okay. Okay. Well, yeah, we're not necessarily closing that off. We're just looking at that line item. All right. Your other questions, Councillor Lockie?
Yeah, so I guess this one would be directed to the clerk. So this would be on page 5. So this would be section 50, 440, 2500. There's a line called bylaw. And so we only had 7,824 actual, and then we had a large amount for the budget for FY25. So far this year we're at 71. And then for the budget, we've got close to 150. What is actually in that line, and why do we have variances year over year?
So bylaw was a newer area. I'm not sure why it's at 149. Okay, so salary benefits, clothing allowance.
Through you, your worship. And
Go
you gotta be
ahead.
careful looking at the actuals, but to answer the question, there was provincial fence revenue of $113,100. There must have been something one time in there that brought the net down to 7,000 something.
Yeah, that was
So
a.
on page 7 of 6.2, line item number 51770, you'll see the actual of revenue coming in at one time there. So
They put the POA court transfer fees, it should actually offset OPP. Like it should be in there. They put that there one year. We've moved it.
okay.
We moved it in 2024 because I caught that.
Wow. Well, does that help?
Councilor Lockie? I'm still kind of lost on what's actually goes in there, and why it's going up so much.
Okay, so it was a 1 year, so it was lowered by $113,000, which is actually a grant we get for court transfer costs. Unfortunately, it was originally put in there. We fixed, when this was printed, we fixed it since it shouldn't have been put there. That was, so 2024s are way off.
Okay.
So bylaws, that's the cost with wages for a full-time person, all of that sort of stuff. That's why it looks so much higher. Our legal bills, we did put up legal a little because we've been in 2024. I mean, I know it's not total, but it says it's $3,000. We've kept it at 2,000 for legal because these aren't up to date year to dates, 496. I know we're over that for bylaw legal. We're dealing with a lot of outstanding issues. So it all depends on how many fees we retain, like how much fees we get back in. And then also in there, they never had anything previous for training or seminars because it all was in another area. So that's $2,500. So things like that are going to look odd. and it wasn't in there before. And we increased how much they get for their clothing allowance, because he needs to be uniformed most of the time. So there are things like that that increase the costs versus the way it looked before.
Okay. That answered the question? Sorry.
And their IT budget went up significantly, like based the year-to-date actuals is very different than, you know, what IT is projecting for that area, you know, for the use of their equipment, the cell phone, the tablet and the laptop.
Okay. Anything else in this area, John?
Through you, your worship, I have a better response to the IT increase from 24 to 26 in the subcontracting line. That was found on page 2, 3. It's actually for server hosting. It increased from 13 an additional $13,000 for server hosting.
We're transferring from an on-premise server to a cloud server, and we need to because our on-prem one, we are continuously running out of space. That's the migration that's getting ready to, they're doing the first part of the migration tomorrow.
Were there any other questions or comments on this general section here? Certainly.
Okay, so this would be in the finance section, so page 10. So we have a budget for subcontract in 66440. What is the subcontract for? So it's $20,000. Because it's sort of like a newer item.
Through you, your worship, I believe those are my wages or my billings.
Okay. So you're staying, so but is that something that we're gonna need when we go forward and have full staff?
Just through your worship, I guess that would be maybe a 2027 reduction potentially. It was put in the budget rather than a one-time source. And I think it was to give some flexibility to finance to be able to contract out some projects.
Through your worship, we'll probably also see some reduction in actuals for the finance, so. It'd probably be a surplus that covers that.
Okay. Maybe. We'll wait and see. Anything else from council in this section? No, I'm good. I'm not seeing anything else. All right.
So right now, there's no motion, but what I have ready for a motion is to remove tourism master plan at a cost of $30,000, reduce the CIP to $20,000, and remove the mural project.
Yes.
Sorry, in my notes, I also have Tom suggested reducing tourism, removing the master plan and also reducing down to $15,000 to better align with current spending and the fact that we don't have we likely won't have the local campaign because it's during the election next year.
So it may, we may still do it, but if you look at the historic actuals, we haven't used 30,000, so.
Yeah, that's fine. We can leave
Yeah.
it. And then the other one I had was
Unless there's some activities that I'm not aware of,
no, tourism. CIP's at 20.
Yeah.
20. Tourism will be lowered to 15.
Okay, and I thought we were reducing the Memorial Forest from 14,000.
Yeah, that was in the next one. And then the next one I have is Steve's suggestion to reduce Memorial Forest down to 8,000.
Anything else? I think we've got it covered, have we, Janet?
So
Okay.
let's go over this again. The motion will be to remove the tourism master plan at $30,000 from general government, to reduce the CIP to $20,000, remove the mural project at 12,340, and remove the memorial, or sorry, reduce the memorial forest to 8,000.
All right. John?
Oh, and lower the tourism to 15,000. Sorry, I missed that part.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I just wanted to be super clear about this, that the capital levy is still in there. If you want to have question or conversation about that, you'll find it up in the chart under capital levy. Under general government treasury, there's an increase of 123,454. And that is found in treasury services, which is on page 8 of 62. And it falls within account 66510, and it's increasing from 356,484 to 479,938.
Yeah. On line item 66510, Tom. Capital.
Through your worship, if council wishes, they could park this whole, like, we can, if you want to talk about those things at the end, we could do that. We would just have to go back and review the recommendation. Like, how I've set this up is for each of the services to be approved at a gross amount versus a net amount. In the past, you've just approved a tax levy increase.
Yeah.
So I thought this was a bit more transparent. You're
Okay.
actually approving gross expenditures of each services,
Okay.
which we would need to we would need to make sure that we fall within that, or else come back to council for further direction and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But
So
I don't know if you're,
is it easier to do it the way you've got it laid out, and then it's
if you want to have that conversation at the end, just to kind of, I think staff would be okay with that. I don't know, but you could, if you want to see how the whole levy changes and then have that conversation, or you can make a decision now and have a conversation about the tax levy increase. And then you can come back to it again if you want to. So it's all open to you. I'm just trying to
Yeah.
help this flow through.
Yeah.
Whatever's easiest for council.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to think of how efficient
Mhm.
it is to.
There's-
And any thoughts from council as to how we approach this? Your preference is to do it later? Oh, pardon? Okay, sorry, Tom.
No, we can do later. It's
Do later? Okay, well then, keeping in mind all we've talked about, then I guess the general consensus is to look at it later.
And then through you, your worship, one last thing, just double check that increase in service level for legislative services is also in this area. It's increasing staff time for reception, and then the cost is $17,100.
Okay.
So everybody's clear that that's what we're
Yeah.
looking at it now. So
Okay.
that's correct.
Okay. Do you want to proceed to the next?
Yep, thank you.
Okay.
Through your worship. The next service is that here is the protective services, and it includes Thames Center Fire Departments, Police Services Board, the Ontario Provincial Police, payments, the conservation authorities, source water protection, building inspections, crossing guards, and lastly, animal control. And on your list of maintained service levels, there is an item there that's identified, and that's just the increase in the OPP cost over the 2025. And that's 28,000, is that 28? $26,281. There's no legislative changes. Increase in service level, there is none. And then for one-time initiatives, there is none. Oh, and sorry, in the infrastructure capital, infrastructure levy for the fire vehicle. I'm guessing that you may want to talk about that as well later, but it's on the floor at the point. Not on the floor, it's up to you to be on the floor, but yeah.
So any questions, comments from council in this section of the binder? Yeah.
Yeah, I just had a question
Okay.
with respect to building inspection services. I know it's a small amount, but it's showing that we're looking at 20,000 or 21,000 approximately taken from the levy to cover off the expenses there. Can we not take that from the building reserve, noting that because of the reduction in building permits being, I guess, processed because it's been slow, is that an opportunity to cover off that amount through that reserve? I think that's what it's intended for, really, right? If you've got a slow year, then you've got some money to draw from. No, it's just actually that's the 20,000.
Now I got you. I'm following you now. I really apologize. I'm having trouble with some of my hearing aids. Just been going. No, it's not. No. So just to confirm, just so through you, your worship, in the building operating reserves, there is a balance of $220,554 dollars and 54 cents. That's already including a contribution from the reserves to operating of 68,942. I believe the question is, could that be increased and does have room? And if it's, I think it could happen.
Anything else from council in this section? I'm not seeing anything. Oh, you do have.
Just, I always look for clarification on the subcontracts. So, we've got in the police services board, we've got, 7,000 in the subcontract, and we didn't have any expenses in prior years. Is that a new item?
So I can actually answer that. So that is for the fact that we now have the Middlesex County OPP Detachment Board. We don't get billed from, we have not had, that just started last year. We have not been billed from them as of 2024. We won't be billed for 2025. We won't be billed until February of 2026 for the 2025 amount. This is we just anticipated that their budget's going up. They have not finalized it yet. And we won't be billed for that again. It's always going to almost be a year behind because we get billed by Middlesex Center for that.
Okay. And then the other one is the subcontract for building yeah. So the other one is the building inspectors. So we've got 24,000, but it's also like gone up from prior years quite a bit. Like I know this like FY 25 is only like partial year, but
Is that the fire inspection?
Through you, your
yeah,
worship.
It's the only thing subcontract.
So I believe that that line is the subcontracted services for Upper Thames to perform risk management on source water protection. It was on a different line previously, and we've entered it back into subcontract for building services. So that's a renewal agreement.
okay.
If you're talking the same line I am on
yeah.
66440.
Yeah, so it's on page
Yep, so
17.
14,807, the actual there is just half the year. And then, so once you see the end of year, it'd be the double.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why wouldn't that be underwater?
It's a part of the chief building official's role as a risk management official.
Yeah, but if we subcontract, London includes their risk management or shouldn't theoretically, like, again, I'm not an expert, but shouldn't that be a water expense if it's about source water protection? And I think that's what other places do.
So through your worship into Councillor Heeman, it's also to conduct inspections on septic systems within the source water protection wellhead. So that's kind of a part of the chief building official's role with regards to OBC and septic. So that could be a part of it.
Just wondering whether it's worth parsing those out. But yeah, that's.
And sorry, one more comment through your worship to Councillor Heeman. I will state we do have Julie Welker joining online tonight to pose any questions for that renewal agreement that's coming to council as well.
All right. Anything further on this? Okay.
And that
Councillor Heeman?
that's not where the fire inspections are under protective services for building.
Through the mayor to Councillor Heeman, and I believe Councillor Crockett, you were also asking this question too about where the inspection services are. So they do fall under fire services under subcontract, and that's where we're currently engaged in a contract for fire prevention inspection services to Middlesex Center. That's where we get our fire prevention officer. So, and not to be confused with fire investigations, which I think you were looking for. So an inspection is our proactive approach where we're going around to commercial, industrial, both proactively and reactively. And Jacques is in the municipality 1 to 2 days a week. So his bills are directed towards subcontract under fire.
Councillor Heeman?
I might be out on a limb here, but aren't those part of building permits as well? Like, why wouldn't they, even though I know it is your expertise, but it is part of a development process.
Through the mayor to the councillor, I don't believe, I can't really comment on how other municipalities will take care of that one, but where they somewhat do work together, I think they should be viewed separately. Building inspections are for buildings that are under construction or renovations, whereas the fire code comes in for enforcement is standing buildings and maintaining protection and service levels. So sometimes the two do get confused a little bit, or will definitely work together in conjunction with each other, but they're I would say more often than not, they're working separately.
Through your worship, where do the fees go when an applicant, like, I assume it's a paid service by the applicant?
So through the mayor, we do not charge for fire inspection fees.
Okay, that's where, okay.
Yeah.
Right. Just, would, would that be something we could explore through a fee study if we were to
We
do
do
one?
that? Is that typically done, Chief Dorkin?
I would, through the mayor, I would hesitate to comment on other municipalities. I don't believe it's a common practice to charge for fire inspections. Yeah, because that's where you're generating orders from, and maintaining compliance. I would advise against it. However, it's something we can explore. if
Not
you would like me
rocking
to,
the boat then.
in,
okay.
in as few words.
Okay. Counselor Smyber, Deputy Mayor Smyber.
Yeah, just to comment with that, you can take a look at covering portion of your costs if you have a business licensing program, for example, and there are licensing fees associated with that. But that's just something that we don't have.
Okay. All right. So are we finished with this section or is there any other question or comment? Are we good?
Just-
Counselor Heeman.
I'm just going back to source water protection, whether there's any way we could carve that out, like, maybe it's a request for a report at a later date. It's probably too difficult to do right now, but
I don't know.
no, okay.
Thoughts? Jill, you look like you're thinking.
Through you, your worship. My familiarity is that it would sit with infrastructure and development, but that was where we had our chief building official. So we had a source protection where I just came from and an agreement with one of the conservation authorities. Mind you, it was less than what is being proposed here, but that's the cost of for Upper Thames. But it was primarily in connection with the building department in terms of who was engaging with the service.
Chief Dorkin?
Mayor, thanks. And just to yourself and the rest of council that that contract that I did speak of with the fire prevention inspections, that is up for renewal in coming in mid 2026. So I will likely bring a report to council about that as we could explore different ways of having that service delivery option,
Okay. All righty.
just as a note.
Okay. So with that being said, are we fine with this section here and ready to move on?
So right now from this section, I would have that the building inspection, we transfer from 20,857 from reserves to, in the building inspection area to offset cost. We're just kind of, I think we're gonna move them all at the end, yeah.
Okay, well, you're keeping track. Oh, wait a minute. Director?
Thanks. Sorry, through your worship, I just wanted to reiterate the importance of the building fee study and if we're still in the motion of deferring that for the year, because I just want to ensure that the reserve fund for the building department is being studied so that they have that 5-year continuity with that study and being able to fund themselves over the 5 years. So just adding it into this section as a note to make sure we're all on the same page with that one too. There was also a previous recommendation to apply CPI every year. So I just wanted that to be, the council to be aware of that CPI being applied as well.
I think the clerk has comments.
So the motion has already been passed to remove the building fee study. I think it's out. Yeah, it was done.
Okay. So are we ready? Move to the next section? Okay, go ahead, John. Transportation?
Yes, thank you. I'm not sure I'll continue my past practice here of identifying every service within the service grouping, but yes, but we put forward the transportation services, and it has a net budget of $4,686,184.
Mhm.
And that's turning over to the chart over here. There's nothing in maintained service levels other than what you see in pages 18 to 23 of your binder. There's no changes for legislative changes. There is an increased level of service. It's an operating business case linked to that capital business case for the sidewalk plow, $15,197. And that represents 2 months of a full-time equivalent for a flex operator. And the flow-through cost will be going into 2027. In terms of one-time initiatives, there are two, and that is for sidewalk repairs of $50,000, and then the purchase of Dorothy mobile traffic sign. I don't know if that's
how-
appropriate to call something. I don't know.
I don't know how we ended up with that. I think it might be on the shoulders of our Director of Public Works.
Well, is this Dorothy or is this Toto?
Oh, geez.
So with that, your mayor, your worship, that's kind of the increases.
Okay.
There.
All righty. I think Director Craven has something to say.
Thank you, Worship. Just to clarify, the $15,000 for Dorothy or Toto or whatever you want to call her, is $13,000. I looked up the quote and it's 13,000, not 15 as stated here in the one timer.
So we just saved $2,000.
Just
Like,
just by asking.
Does anyone else have any questions on this particular section? Because I do have one. It's probably fairly easy. Under railway maintenance, 66440 subcontract, is that sort of like, as we've discussed before, that's 80,000 for the 26 budget. Do we actually hire people out, Jared, for that service? I'm not quite sure how that works. I guess that's the issue. Okay.
Thank you, Worship. Great question. That's an annual budget that CN charges us for maintenance of their traffic signals and any kind of repair that's needed to be done to any crossing. We're not allowed to touch anything on railway property. Those are invoiced to us annually.
Thank you for that. Any other questions? Councillor Lockie.
Okay, through your worship. So just clarification on item, so this is on page 19. For transportation services, this would be conventions, seminars, education. So we haven't really spent a lot in this category, it looks like, but we've got a budget of 15,000. What's that for?
Through your worship, this was the this under the CEO, all the training for roads operators went to the CEO in 2025. This $3,200 is just probably miscoded to that account. As John alluded, that each department now will have their own training and convention section, and this $15,000 would be for items for, say, snowplow training, chainsaw training, good roads conventions, etc.
Okay. And then item 66435, so studies, assessments, and surveys. So what spending is in that category? Like what did we get studies on?
If you give me some time, I'd go back to that. I just don't have that number or that answer for you right now.
Okay. And then, so I see that, so for sign maintenance, the cost of materials is up quite a bit. So this is page 22. So item 65990. So we've got a budget of 50. So it's up 15,000 from 2025's budget.
To you, your worship, that's Dorothy.
Oh, that is Dorothy. Okay, gotcha. Okay, perfect.
Dorothy,
And then for,
Dorothy's popping up all over the place.
it's a scientific term.
Dear.
And then page 23, minor road construction. So I see the materials and supplies is up to, it's up to 100,000 from 80. Do we just plan to do more work, or just curious why the increase?
Director Craven, do you want to take a shot at that?
Yeah, typically that might, sorry, through your worship, typically that $100,000 is for unplanned road construction projects annually. We just upped it to 125 this year just for, again, it's just an annual fund. Hopefully we don't have to hit that, but it's there, so we don't have to come back to council asking for any kind of additional funds.
Okay.
Anything, oh, Councillor Crockett?
My question, I mean, it's probably going to be a very similar response to what Director Craven just shared, but was just noticing kind of the ebb and flow of the ice blading kind of year over year, and I assume that that's just kind of weather dependent and how the ice melts.
Through your worship,
Growth.
you're exactly right. You'll see that this, the past year, the 2024, 2025 winter, if you recall, we had, we didn't have the freeze thaw events that we had other years. It was just cold and it stayed cold. Ice blading is required every time you get a freeze thaw event on our gravel roads. We just didn't have that same winter temperature fluctuations that we had other years. That's why you see that budget line in this year's budget really low.
Okay, Councillor Crockett?
Sorry, I should have looked at my notes before we started doing this. I know that I had, coming into the budget cycle, I know that I requested an estimated quote for the school bus signs on the 2-lane highway, specifically Westchester Bourne. And I was just wondering if that was included in this or not.
Through your worship, we found a room to put in the 25 budget here, and they should be delivered next week.
You're the best. Thanks.
We've been working with the county engineer too, so. I know he loves Tim Center. Yes, he does. He really does. Anything else? Okay, we move on to the next section, Madam Clerk. Oh, not ready?
No, did we need to make that change with the signs?
So my noted thing is we've now lowered Dorothy to 13,000.
Yeah.
That's what I noted for.
And that's on the 50,000 line item, so
Yes.
that's correct. And I believe we should need to, when we circle back to capital, we can remove that capital project, because it's, or do you have two Dorothys?
Dorothy belongs at Capital.
So there's just one, so then it should be reduced by 15,000.
Reduce 15,000
Yeah.
and put two.
It's 5010693507 sign maintenance.
5073.
It's at the bottom of page 22.
Yeah, remove 15,000.
Well,
Okay.
Okay. Do you want to deal? All right, are we ready to move on to fleet services, or are there any other questions? No, looks like we're moving on, John.
Hey. So thank you, Your Worship. The next service grouping is fleet services, and it has a net request for 2026 of $650,450. And going to the chart, I don't believe there's any specific maintained service levels to talk about. No legislative changes, no increase in level of service, and no, well, it's related to capital infrastructure levy, but that's found elsewhere, and there's no one-time. So it's just pages, I guess, 24 to, oh, 36 for review.
Okay, Counselor Heeman, I think I saw your hand.
Yeah, so credit where credit is due and like I'll call it the fuel budget for lack of a better, like, it looks like the budgeted request is 25 or 30,000 less than last year. I'm just wondering how you found those efficiencies or what's driving that. Or is that the interdepartmental allocation? Probably. Fleet operations, so.
Through you, your worship, I'll try to answer this. Well, maybe gives Jared a bit more time. In 2025, there was no budget for departmental allocations, and this is 2026 is just. So what happens in the fleet budget? I believe at the end of each year, there's an allocation that goes out to every service, charging them for fuel costs, and this is just in 2025. It wasn't budgeted for, and we're putting it in for this year. Last year, the actual 2024 was 26,669. An allocation out to the services. Okay. Does that help?
Yes, yeah. And just as a follow-up, has there been any progress with working with county procurement on joint procurement options for, I think for like fuel was mentioned, or either we currently do or we were exploring it?
Through your worship, we're exploring it. The next year's budget here, we'll be looking at procurement for fuel supplier.
Anything else, Council? Okay. Are we ready to move on to environmental? Okay. Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is the environmental services groupings, and it includes stormwater management, solid waste collection, solid waste disposal or landfill, solid waste diversion, recycling, environmental services administration, and the municipal drains. In front of you is a net budget of 317,300 through pages 37 to 40. And on our chart, I believe there is a legislative change to have a conversation about, decision point, and that's got to do with the recycling services for non-eligible sources. And I believe that's all the additional items.
Through your worship, this is because of the change from a life cycle to a life cycle recovery system by waste generators, and then commercial and industrial would be qualified as waste generators and therefore responsible for their own waste collection.
To your worship, absolutely correct. These
Okay.
are the producers. The producers will not collect the IC&I or industrial, commercial, and institutional. There is talk, though, that this may change throughout next year, but we just want to have this line item here just to make sure they're collected in for the interim, if it is changed.
Follow up.
So on that note, I think if I were commercial or industrial taxpayer, I think I want to continue my services with the municipality. Right? Yeah. Otherwise, it's like, where's my reduction if I'm not getting this service? Which is not necessarily how the legislation works, but I think that's how continuity of service is perceived.
Councillor Lockie?
Yeah. Well, also if, if we don't collect the recycling, most likely it's going into landfill. Because I've worked for many companies that they just can't get somebody to pick up at the recycling, and that's what they do. They have blue bins and they dump it into the dumpsters.
Anything else? I'm not seeing anything else in this section. Okay, wastewater? John?
Thank you,
Yeah.
Your Worship.
Sure.
The next groupings is wastewater services, and that includes wastewater administration, Dorchester wastewater treatment plant, the Dorchester sludge removal and pumping, the Catherine Street wastewater treatment plant, Thorndale wastewater treatment plant, Thorndale sludge removal and pumping, and then wastewater collection. And the net budget there is 0. However, incorporated in this is increase in rates from the wastewater budget of, let me get this straight, 2.0. And the information can be found on pages 41 to 44. And there's no further, it's not a tax levy, so it's not up on that chart.
Is there any, okay, Councillor Lucky?
So would this be the appropriate time to discuss the rate increases?
Yes,
Okay. So kind of given that we did have the surplus, and even when we had the surplus, it didn't account for the interest transfers in. And so that 2% increase, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but do we know offhand what it would amount to?
I'm sorry?
The the 2% increase in the rates, that would be like if we didn't do that 2%, what the rates would be.
Well,
Let me just do the math.
would impact a few things, wouldn't it?
So-
Karen? There's a number of different rates in the wastewater.
Yeah, I could probably do the quick math.
I'm sorry.
So 2.2 million with the increase.
Just looking at my, on page 42, I'm just trying to get some time. I don't know if Jared's looking up a number, but two revenue accounts would be affected, would be, and I imagine there's probably volume plus rate increase changes, but
Yeah, so I think it's about $55,000 roughly. That's the impact of rate increase. That's what I calculated. So if we have our so that's our water billing. Let me go to wastewater. Wastewater.
can do a quick calculation based on 2025. And then I think you're taking the volumes out, or I could be doing this wrong, Jared. Well, but what I'm doing is I'm taking the budgeted sewage billings of 1,216,902 from 2025 and calculating a 2% increase on that, and it's $24,338.
Okay, so it's not that material, and it's less than like the interest. So I would recommend that we freeze the wastewater rates.
I'm sorry, I blipped out on that. Okay, Deputy Mayor.
Just a couple things on that. So, as staff have already indicated, the reserve funds for the end of 2025 still haven't been confirmed yet. So we're unsure as to what the surplus might be. And I'm going to ask Director Craven to help me out with this one. But I think over the next few years, we have significant capital projects with respect to wastewater. I think it was I can't remember, it was around $8 to $10 million. So I think we really do need to stick to the plan.
But those were all growth related ones though. Like this is, and that one would mostly come from the development charges. Like there's not, I didn't, like I looked through the, the master plan, and there's not that much that has to go. Like there's projects, and I've kind of did the calculation going forward, but there's definitely enough money to fund them. And like, I know that the numbers aren't final, but when, Watson says we need, $900,000 and we've got almost 2 million, like, I think we can afford to, that, $25,000 freeze and just give our taxpayers a break. Deputy Mayor Smybury.
Again, can I just ask Director Craven to identify the, I guess, the projects or the amount of the projects that's coming up?
Yes, go ahead.
Sure, through your worship, thank you. Just a quick example, council approved the pump station number 3 West Sewers. That's going on this year. For example, it's I think 400 meters on Boardwalk Way, from pump station 3 out to Mill Road, through Greenland, through, no infrastructure at all, just an empty field. It's $2 million. In the next possibly 5 years, we'll be doing the Thorndale wastewater treatment plant expansion, just an expansion, and it's $5.1 million. So the healthy reserves that you see of $1.5 million is healthy for a sidewalk replacement, but everything wastewater related is almost double the cost of any other piece of infrastructure because it's twice as deep and affects all the utilities above it and beside it. It's just wastewater is your most expensive linear infrastructure.
Go ahead. I was thinking, did you have a follow-up?
I did that.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Heeman?
So I think it's worth checking though to make sure that the interest is being factored into the calculations, because I know we've gotten assurances, but that was by a previous director of finance. So it may, could we get a pulse check on if that interest is part of the reserve calculations?
Through your worship, there is a budget for interest. Historically, perhaps the cash flow analysis of our bank account, and how much wastewater is drawing on a monthly basis, hasn't been done. It's something that could be done. So it's not something that we can't do. It's from an actual point of view, it hasn't been done. But there is $35,000 here in interest that brings down the rate request. Last year it was 72,509 in the budget. But consistent with the tax levy programs, interest rates are falling. Our cash balances have also fallen. And I also point out that I'm not sure how much more you can keep relying on your development charges reserves. That's in a negative, or it's in an overdrawn position of almost $1 million at the moment for sewer, wastewater, I should say. And in the budget, it's relying heavily on, to keep rates down, it's relying on transfers from development charges into the operating budget. So I just caution that's all. I'm just putting that out.
Thank you for that. Councillor Lockie?
Well, I would just like to caution against the temptation to use the wastewater reserves that have been contributed by the wastewater users to run the plant, not for development. So the projects for development, they shouldn't come from the current wastewater users. If there's not enough money to fund the projects, we need to find alternate sources that doesn't force the few people that are on wastewater to have to pay for it. It's just not fair to those taxpayers. So by having such a healthy reserve, I think it almost leaves it up for temptation to use that money for development, and we shouldn't. This is a question for Director Craven. For all those projects that you mentioned, it's all, how much of is it development related?
Your worship, a large portion.
So in my opinion, we need to keep them very much keep them separate. And I hope that, if there's people listening outside of this room, that for the next term of council, that we have to make sure that, those funds contributed by wastewater users doesn't fund development.
Thank you, Councillor Lockie. Councillor Heeman?
I would agree that development should fund development. we don't have a mechanism outside of DCs to cash flow initial infrastructure, which is a big problem in our system. I think there are reform efforts to change that, but there's also efforts to reduce development charges accordingly. So again, this is part of that general uncertainty. Again, the original study for the rates was based off of us continuing development rates at the same rate as we did in the peak of COVID, which has not been the case. So some of those infrastructure investments are, the timeline is not, it may be different. So again, a bit of uncertainty on that whole file. I think that do we not have agreements for front ending development charges? I know that was part of the discussion with north of the river where you know it was contingent on a front loaded deposit of development charges that would be remitted after the fact. Is that not something that we're exploring with some of these other projects? To like, because that is a way of financing these initiatives and not doing that on the backs of ratepayers.
That's tricky, now, right now. The director has a comment.
Thanks, through your worship. Yeah, that is an option that we'd cost share servicing when it's proposed. It's not always promised in each budget year because it is based on what we have available and the correct way to use those funds. But for instance, new developments are adjacent to other developers, so they could cost share as well. So we do look at those options rather than it being funded from the municipality.
Thank you. So it is an option, but again, this is part of what makes Temp Center either an attractive place to build or a less attractive place to build. And when you have less building fees or building permits, you end up with a shortfall like these years. So kind of just a comment.
Okay. Anything else from council? Are you moving?
I don't know if I'll get the support, but I would like to move to have wastewater rates frozen for this fiscal year, this budget.
We have this, we have Councillor Lockey's recommended motion. Anyone to support that? Councillor Heeman? All right. All in favor? Okay. So we have two for and two against. Pardon? I'm sorry, I can't. All opposed, sorry. Those opposed. Okay. So we have 2 and 2. So that's up to me. This is a challenging one. I see both sides of the argument. In this day and age, and as we're going through what we're going through, I would actually support keeping them at current levels. Okay. So that will change our projections, right? Do we know by how much? You can figure that out later,
Through
probably.
your worship, I think perhaps once we've done our review, a nice break would be good.
Okay.
And then staff can go back and make sure we have the right
Okay.
percentages and
Okay.
gross and net changes.
Okay.
If you'll entertain us that way, we're
Okay.
trying to.
Certainly.
Thank you.
All right. All right. So if we're finished with this section, then we'll move on to water services.
That's why I couldn't find it.
Thank you, Your Worship. The next group of services is the water services. And again, it is a net zero because it's rate supported. And in the budget, the draft budget has a 2.5% increase in rates. The operating budget can be found between pages 45 to 49. And there is no, because it's rate supported, there's nothing else up on that chart.
All right. Anything from council on this file? I'm not seeing any. Okay. I see everybody's turning their pages furiously here. If there's nothing, are we ready to move on to health services then? Okay, all right, go ahead then, Joyce.
Thank you, Worship. The next group of services is health services, and really that's the cemeteries that you guys maintain here. I guess is it all? Well, there's Dorchester cemeteries and there's abandoned cemeteries. The net budget request for this service is 41,701, and that can be found on pages 50 and 51. And I don't believe there's anything on the chart. No.
Just through you, Your Worship, I just want to note that since we took over the cemetery and legislative services, we have started costing out what it actually costs us for some things, and we have been losing a lot of money in areas. So you will see when we do the fees and charges, there will be fairly large increase in some of the fees, along with some costs for things that staff were doing for free, which actually cost us a lot of money in time. So we're hoping to get a little less be supported for the Union Cemetery on the levy in the future.
Any questions or comments on this section before we move to the next? I'm not seeing anything, so recreation services when you're ready, John? Or Steve, yeah, you're taking, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Recreation services includes a number of services here. It has a net budget request of 2,820,278, and the details can be found in pages 52 to 60. And going to the chart, there nothing specific in maintained services. I think it's all the one-time. Yeah, just the one-time items, and that's the outdoor rec center maintenance and repairs for 15,600, and the community center repairs for 26,350. And at the beginning of the meeting, not the beginning, but after lunch break, I also mentioned that I was aware of some level of service increases. We have not been able to get that. Oh, he's got that. He, meaning Steve, has got those information. So I think this might be an appropriate time for have him to come to the table and present to you the two cases or the two initiatives that have an increase in the level of service.
Sure, that's good. Director McDonald, do you want to, you can just do it from there unless you prefer?
Yeah, I'm happy with my table. I don't know about my table mates, but my table. So it's a sturdy table.
Go ahead.
Through the mayor, thank you. So these two items are already included in the proposed operating budget. However, we just came to the realization that they have not been singled out. And we want to obviously be fully provide full disclosure on these two items. In our fall council meeting where we discussed urgent, medium-term and long-term organizational chart changes, the first item that I'm going to discuss fell under the medium term, which were changes in staffing for 2026 and 2027. And that one being to add an additional full-time employee for our parks and facilities crew. As outlined at that meeting, the workload for our parks and facilities team has increased dramatically and is only going to continue to do so over the months and years ahead. With the opening of the Flight Exec Center expansion in September 2024, we saw an addition of over 15,000 more square feet of facility to clean and maintain. Likewise, at the entire facility at the Flight Exec Center is seeing much more traffic with the new space, along with our ongoing partnerships with Boys and Girls Club and the Playroom Experiment. In addition, our maintenance demands for sports fields and our ever-growing inventory of trails and demand for trails maintenance is taking its toll, as is expectations for maintenance on our cemetery. So these are key reasons why council approved this recommendation when presented in September for addition in 26 or 2027, with 2026 definitely being optimal for that. And then the second item, which was not presented in September, as it's a smaller adjustment, but still worthy of your knowledge, is currently our parks and facilities manager works 35 hours per week. And what the second change is, which is included in the numbers already, is an additional hour a day. So increasing Devin from 35 to 40 hours a week. This would allow him to start an hour earlier each day, which will be invaluable for our parks and facilities crew, who also start earlier in the day, so he can be there on hand to help them get their day started. In addition to that, his workload more than warrants this extra time, as we do struggle to keep our head above water with our projects and public inquiries. This will provide more time to support our staff across the multiple facilities and ensure projects, maintenance schedules, and seasonal responsibilities stay on track. Also of note, this would put him in comparison with other supervisory roles within the organization, with the drainage superintendent, the public works superintendent, transportation, environmental services, and drainage superintendents already working 40 or more hours per week as well. So wanted to start by pointing those out.
Yes.
I think it's important to remember a lot of the comments from council when we are at events that are supported by our parks and facilities team, that are always very helpful in getting things set up and lending helping hands. And I think that there has been a lot of consultation with community groups, and it's much more collaborative approach, and that results in extra time. So I think we should support the people who have been supporting us.
Anything else from council? Councillor Crockett?
So I just wanted some clarification on a few items. One would be the reduction in budget for Thames Center Trails. Assumingly, this is because the master plan has been completed.
Through the mayor, yes, that's correct. So last year, or sorry, for this current year, 2025, included 40,000 in the operating budget for our update to that master plan. So that's no longer there. And as we saw earlier this morning, a lot of the regular maintenance and whatnot for our trails is put in our capital budget. So that's where that's captured.
Thank you. My second question, I guess more of an inquiry, was just that there seems to be a significant jump in budget for both the Flight Exec and Thorndale Lions Community Center. I was just wondering if you could expand on kind of what's driving those increase in numbers.
Certainly. So sorry, the two were the Flight Exec and what else?
And the Thorndale Community Center.
Okay, so for sure. So with the Flight Exec Center, we have some one-time items there. Those being for the active living center side, the new addition in the Lion's Den, $4,250 to add window coverings to the Lion's Den. That room's used, as everyone knows, all the time, day and night. And with the ceiling projector, when we're using the projector in that room heavily during the day with the incoming light, it makes it hard to view the projection. And then as well for the Flight Exec Center, we have a $6,200 price tag to repair the in-floor heat for the South Ice Rink. That's the newer ice rink that isn't being replaced. The in-floor heating system must be repaired when the ice is out, so that would be in the summer. And this system prevents water and moisture beneath the slab from freezing, which can cause frost heave, which would damage the floor. So we need to address that before we have any problems structurally. As well, for the flood exec, we have $5,000 set aside to repair a backup drainage issue. Twice this past winter, we had water from the north rooftop. It comes down in a drainage system in the wall just outside of the playroom experiment, and then goes out towards the property line. And twice it backed up and had water gushing into the playroom experiment. So we want to address that. And fortunately, there's been no damage to any property with those two instances, but it could happen. As well, we have a smaller price tag, a one-time $1,300. Our security system, or sorry, Rogers is no longer supporting 3G services, and our security system at the flight exec is on 3G. So it's just a $1,300 price tag to upgrade to LTE service. And then finally, a $9,600 price tag to have additional security camera added on the shop and compound area, which is where our 2 trailers were stolen from earlier this year. And so what was the other facility you asked about, Councillor?
Just the Thorndale Lions Community Center.
Yeah, so for Thorndale Lions, the only one-timer we've got in there is a $6,200 price tag for a standalone hot water booster for the kitchen. We have ongoing complaints for the user groups, Councillor Heeman smiling. It takes a while, and sometimes they claim it doesn't happen for hot water to get to the kitchen for washing dishes in the sink and for the dishwasher. So for sanitary purposes, we want to make sure everything's being washed in hot water.
Okay. Thank you for that, Steve.
You're welcome.
Thanks. Councillor Lockie then. Oh, was Councillor Hume was first?
Just to follow up to that, sometimes like when it's used for a long period of time, they can run out too. So it's the startup and like the continuous run.
Running out of hot water?
Yeah, you can imagine, when you had 300-500 people eating dinner, it's a lot of plates to clean, and it's more than a couple batches. So.
Councillor Lockie?
Okay, so the first question is regarding the, through your worship, through the Thorndale Playground Program. So I noticed that, it appears like the revenues are possibly going down a little bit from the budget. Do we kind of adjust for our staffing levels when we don't have as much enrollment?
Through the mayor, yes, we certainly do. We have flexible staffing and it varies from week to week with the playground program, which can be a bit of a challenge, but we do the best we can. And we are actually meeting on Thursday of this week to discuss some further measures with the playground staff or playground supervisor as to how we can better address that. So I'll be reporting back to council on that.
Okay. The next question, so this is on page 57. So this is with the flight exec center. So item 66330, rink board commissions. My question is, what is it? And I don't see anything spending in this category, but I see it budgeted each year.
Yes, through the mayor. So what that is there's my apologies. Let me start over. So for that line item, we have a long-standing agreement with the Dorchester Dolphins and with our 3 minor sports ice leagues, that being Dorchester Minor Hockey, Dorchester or the North Dorchester Skating Club, and Ringette. They all get a percentage of the proceeds. We charge $1,000 a year for people to have a board ad, and $500 a year if it's on the original ice pad. And there's a few other of the advertising areas that we also share a percent of the advertising. So Thames Center, I believe we retain 33%, and the other 66% goes out to those groups in an amount that was agreed upon years ago. I'm going to get that formalized and in writing so that for our sake and staff and council in the future, we'll all know what that arrangement is. But right now, it's just been an ongoing handshake agreement.
Okay. And then just the last question is regarding the Thorndale Lions Center. So I see that the wages, we've got 190 budgeted in FY26. The FY25 budget was only 132. So why the jump? So this is page 58.
Yes, the one thing I'm not sure about, I'm not sure if finance knows, is don't think the addition of our additional active living center person would appear there, because I think that would be under the, let me just check the active living center cost center, since we've gone from 2 to 3 people there. Just one moment. Yeah, that's been adjusted there. So I'd have to report back on that. I'm not sure of the reason for that. Besides the need, I know there has been a call for sometimes some more staffing there. So what we generally do every year is the amount of staff doesn't change besides what I mentioned at the very beginning, the proposed additional person. But otherwise, every year, we work with Tammy and payroll, who then works with Teresa and John. We give percentages. So for 100% of our crew, they're going to spend, 10% at the pool, 25% at the arena. And every year for the budget, we adjust it with our predictions or our estimates on what is the requirements, how it went this year, where the needs are, where we need to increase, where we need to decrease. So that's my best guess on that.
Councillor Heeman.
Thank you. So it's likely an apportioned recovery of the added staff unit.
Yes.
Okay, and then as I guess like a follow-up on the advertisements. Do we know where we're at in terms of the naming rights cycle for Flight Exec? But is that near completion, or are they renewing that agreement?
Yep. Through the mayor, yeah, that expires in 2027. So I'll be coming back to council in 2026 with a robust plan for advertising and sponsorship for that and others. Because we'll have to take a look at whether we want to maintain that price or increase it. And at the same time, I'll be touching base with Flight Exec to see if they are interested in continuing or not. Because if not, it's more pressing to get the word out there and explore their opportunities than if they're considering continuing.
Follow-up, Councillor Heeman.
Yeah, and I just want to confirm the allocation of the 5G tower revenues. Do we know where they fall?
Yes, there's a line item for that. It is under revenues at the Flight Exec Center. I know it's in one of those lines. If you give me 1 second, I've got it on my computer. Because I did come across that.
Maybe miscellaneous? Or should be 13,000, right?
One sec.
Just because, if we got 5G and then we have to increase it.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Amanda. It's under parks. Because, yeah, I was thinking Flight Exec Center, but I guess officially it's beside the Flight Exec Center. So it's under Thames Center Parks as a revenue line.
Thank you. Well, at least we have that revenue to counteract the loss of the 3G.
Yeah, yeah. Yep.
Anything else from council on this section? Okay.
Through your worship, I just thought it might be good just to do some housekeeping here because of the last minute kind of change. I'm not sure if Steve mentioned the cost of those initiatives, but the FTE is a total cost of $92,342. And the additional 5 hours for parks is estimated at $17,291. And how that impacts it moves the request from maintained service levels and that's a reduction. So the total of maintained service levels is now $497,638. And I don't know the percentage offhand, but that's one of the things we'll do in our break. And it adds two more initiatives under increased level of services. Is that clear? And so far it's in the budget.
So I was wondering if at this point, everyone would like a 10-minute break. Okay, all right. We'll recess for 10 minutes and be back in chambers at 10 after 3. Everyone, we've taken a break and now we're going to be proceeding through the binder. So the next topic is planning. So John, if you want to address that when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Worship. The next group of services is planning, which is one service, planning. Pretty easy, I think, but no. The net budget request is for $215,840, and that can be found on page 62. And I'm not sure about the chart here. Going back to that chart, I don't believe there's anything in planning other than maintain services. Right. Confirmed.
All right. Council, any questions, comments regarding this section? I'm not seeing anything regarding planning, so I guess we can then move on.
Okay, thank you, Worship. I think the last the last component, which consists of two things that we need to have a conversation about, and that's the decision point of the capital levy. So presented to you today is a 2% increase, with 1% coming from the capital levy, like life cycle renewal or the capital levy for all capital, and then we have a special levy or request for fire vehicles going to the fleet department. Okay, fleet reserve, I should say, not going to, yeah. Okay.
All right, so questions from council. Councillor Heeman.
Through you, Your Worship. So that 1% infrastructure levy general, does that have any current line items that require it in order for this budget to math?
Through your worship, it's a general levy increase that then can be drawn upon for capital requirements. Council has used it in the past for the purchase of the parkland.
So it's that raise revenue for the future budgets.
Capital levy goes into a capital levy reserve fund to then be used for future capital needs.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else to comment or ask questions on? Okay. Were you thinking of asking a question, Councillor Crockett? No, I saw brain activity. Go ahead.
I apologize, I had to step out, so I may have missed this or I may have not. With the minor changes to the operating budget, where do we currently sit?
Through you, Your Worship, the process would be to discuss the capital levy.
Okay.
We can take a quick break,
Okay.
a quick meeting, 10-15 minutes, and we can crunch some numbers and come back to you with an overall sum
Okay.
of the impact.
That's good. Okay. Councillor Heeman, something else?
I'd like to let everyone have a chance and then I'll speak.
Oh, okay.
Unless, unless
Anyone else to make a comment or ask a question? Deputy Mayor Smybert.
Thank you. Just a comment with respect to the additional 1% in the capital infrastructure levy. My question is, are we just being a little bit too aggressive if we're adding that extra 1% to that infrastructure levy? I know that we need the money, but I'm just wondering if this is the time to do that. I fully support the 1% capital infrastructure levy fee for the fire vehicles, but I'm just questioning whether or not we should proceed with the additional 1%, which would make 3% altogether, right, moving forward.
Any discussion? Councillor Heeman?
yes. So, I think we should have the 1% capital levy because if we don't, then we're going to repeat this kind of a situation. But I think that we do, like, we are looking at probably an unprecedented increase. And I think that would be a significant shock to the community. And I think we have to look at how we got here. And I think if, last year we did put, like, we did the 2% levy because we wanted to put some money aside so we wouldn't have these shocks. But by using that levy and by self-funding the Ida Eva Parkland, we really sucked up any liquidity we created. And I think that's what has kind of put us into a bit of a corner here. And I think it was an expedient to use to put the transaction through that way. But I think if we were to debenture that purchase, because it is a tangible asset, and I think that would give us more access to the funds that were set aside in the previous capital levy. So I know that is probably not a small undertaking to review the logistics of what that would entail. So I think that either, so just let that sink in. And so there is, what is outstanding on tax stabilization is 832,000. And if you look at the revenues from the capital levy, we are allocating 480,000 to transfers to pay that back. So that's a pretty substantial amount if we were to restructure those cash flows and that debt. I think that could give us in the ballpark of another 3% in terms of relief, and would allow us to instill the two additional 2%. Like, that does involve added interest payments, but I think that what we gain in terms of liquidity by doing that gives us a lot more flexibility, not only this year, but next year. And you could look at that 1% levy and this one as what is actually paying the interest, freeing up the previous cash flows. So just a couple different ways of looking at it. And I think that does have, I would look for some suggestions on how to implement that if that is the will of council. But I'm going to stop talking now.
Anyone with comments regarding this? Deputy Mayor Smyberg.
I know what Councillor Heeman is proposing. I just don't know specifically what the impact would be on the 2026 budget and beyond. So I think that's something that I would need to kind of see in writing or as a report so that I understand the impact.
Okay. So you're suggesting moving this over to a loan rather than e.g. mortgage, something along that line? Okay.
Yeah, and you could also look at the lost interest that we're getting from doing that one-time cash payment, right? But if we were to refinance, then we would be able to top up that reserve as well.
John, do you have thoughts on that?
Through you, Madam Mayor, if I understand it correctly, what the councillor is suggesting is to basically debenture some money for the purchase of the land, put it in the bank, and then so you're increasing your reserve reserve balances, which will accrue more interest over the years ahead if it's not used for other things. And on the other side, the flip side of that coin is that you're going to have an impact on 2027 for interest payments for that debenture and principal. Okay, so that's I guess the decision point or the decision of council. Do you want to have money in the bank earning interest and also paying a loan for like a mortgage, like kind of thing? Or do you want to pay off that mortgage? I think over time, it's going to cost more for that parkland because you're going to pay interest on it. But it's a opportunity cost lost of the interest that's earned. It's typically the difference between loaning money and earning money. There's a gap between there. It's lower unless we're not allowed to do risky investments, which is a good thing. But so I could safely say overall, you'll be paying more for that parkland. Yeah.
Anyone with any thoughts on this? Councillor Lockie.
What about if we considered going halfway and maybe doing like a 0.5% increase for the capital? Because we already did 2% last year, so it's really, I don't know, maybe can meet halfway because I think that Councillor that the deputy mayor has a really good point. Like it's a huge price tag. It's a lot to chew. But at the other side, we still, we have a lot of projects. A lot of projects even got postponed. Like I think recreation had 55 projects on the list of things that would love to get done. So that would be my suggestion. Maybe going just a 0.5%.
Anything else from anyone else? Your thoughts, Councillor Crockett?
I think at this time, I'd be good to omit the 1% capital general. Only because I think there's an opportunity to add that in, kind of looking at the numbers, say next year, if there's something in mind, or I understand that we need to build our reserves and such, but the focus for this would be more so on the fire fleet for this year. And then perhaps to Deputy Mayor's point, we could get a report or kind of in writing, kind of what that would look like to refinance the Eva Ida portion. So we have a better understanding of what that would look like down the road, if that's an opportunity. I don't know, kind of a catch-22 on this.
Okay. Councillor Heeman.
Yeah, I just want to raise that option because again, we do, I think there are some good things that we may have cut or may be looking at cutting, because if we're looking at 8%, that's different than if we're looking at 5%, and that really can, allow us to be a little bit more generous, even though 5% is still a large increase if you look at the trend line. So that's why I bring it up before. And yeah, it does make sense to get a report in terms of logistics, and that's why I don't know where that puts us in terms of being able to pass this budget today, and maybe that's a good thing too, that if we are looking at a high increase, then we make sure that we are turning over every stone to justify that request from the community.
I believe the clerk has comment.
So just looking at the way the direction was, it was just direction to staff. So it was $800,000 out of the tax stabilization reserve that was to be paid back with the use of the capital infrastructure levy in the subsequent 2 to 3 years. So that's where you're directing. We took what money was there, and then the next 2 to 3 years. So what would be in 25, 26, 27 up to there is when you were supposed to have taken and paid back the 800,000 to the tax stabilization. So that's what you're looking at. I just wanted to let you guys know that that's how was laid out.
Okay. All right. Anything else on this section? Do we want to request direct staff for a report regarding this to be brought back to council? That motion is then being made by Councillor Heeman. Anyone to second that motion? Yeah. To come back to council as to how to handle this, whether we debenture it, reduce the rate right now, or if we leave it as the status quo. I mean, there are pluses and minuses of going both ways. I mean, on one hand, you have extra costs. On the other hand, well, I mean, who knows what land values will be down the road either. So it's, yeah, I mean, it's definitely something that, I mean, we could consider it if we wanted to reduce things for this year.
And the year after, is
Yeah.
like for the 2 to 3 year
Yeah.
period where
For
you
the
would
life
have,
of it.
you look at this year's contribution, it's over $480,000 from that capital levy that we don't have access to because we are paying down debt on a 2 to 3 year cycle. And
Yeah.
I think most people most people get 10 to 25-year mortgages for multi-million-dollar properties. But, we're not most people, we're municipality, but still, there's
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I am a wee bit conflicted as to which is the actual better track. I mean, there are benefits on one side and benefits on the other, so it's at the will of council. Are you? Yeah, we just need someone to second the motion. Should we go ahead with? Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm still a little bit confused with your proposal, Councillor Heeman. So, and I apologize, but I can't in my mouth. So we would debenture it, so we would pay interest for the purpose of earning interest, but it's kind of a wash. Like, so I don't really see the net benefit.
so the net benefit is liquidity, given the capital levy contributions that we are currently using to pay down that purchase on an accelerated basis. So we would have access to that capital levy again.
Do we have the cash available? Like, do we need the cash, or do we have the cash available on hand? Because don't we already have a good reserve of cash? I think it would just be, we would be foregoing interest that we would earned. So it's still like right pocket, left pocket. I still don't see why we need it.
Because the time value of money is the net present value of that cash.
Right, but we'd still, yeah, but it'd be like, we're paying interest instead of receiving interest, and it's pretty much, you probably pay more to borrow than you would get on what you would invest.
Yeah, that is not the major feature. Like that's just a minor, like that's just me acknowledging that by self-financing, we are foregoing interest, right? So that was not presented to us when we were considering how we would finance this purchase. That, okay, you take $1 million out of tax stabilization, you're not going to get interest on that, right? So that is a very minor benefit. The major benefit is getting access to the hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars that would offset the levy for this year, and allow us to facilitate an additional 1% that basically would cover that debenture and then that would compound. So it's the opportunity cost is why it's relevant to the net present value.
Okay. I'm still going this over in my mind, but
So Councillor Humans put the motion forward to direct staff to report back on financing options for the EVA IDA purchase, either to debenture the $800,000 or continue to use the capital levy to pay it down.
okay, it's seconded by Councillor Crockett. But that would also mean delaying the passing of the budget, right? Potentially, it is going to. Okay, all right then. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Those in favor? Okay. That carries then. None were opposed. Okay. All right. So where are we at now?
Through your worship, I believe there's still a decision need to be made on capital levy.
All right. Okay, so
Because
Th-
this
yep.
related the capital infrastructure. So you're talking about the capital fleet or total capital?
Through your worship, I don't believe there's a recommendation on the floor, so it's both.
okay,
Some discussion around a 0.5% levy, or just, so far I think I got this, or just a 1% for the fire fleet. That's, I think, summary of what's been talked so far.
okay. Is there anyone willing to make that motion? Or your Deputy Mayor Smybury
Well, I would
or a
move,
comment?
yeah, I would move that we support the 1% capital infrastructure levy for fleet fire vehicles.
Okay. It's seconded by Councillor Crockett. So all in favor? Okay, that passes. So do we have to address the other part? Yeah, we do. The 0.5, if that's what it is.
There's another 1% of capital levy, infrastructure levy. I called it general, so it's just. Yeah.
Okay. So a mover for that? No, a comment?
I think based on the discussions today, I would like to omit that 1% until, well, not until, but omit that 1% and then we can see how things go pending the staff report. But for today, I think we need to omit the 1% and just go forward with the fleet fire vehicles.
All right. So you're making that the motion? Is there a seconder? Oh, okay, seconded by Councillor Heeman. Any discussion? Okay, so all in favor? And none are opposed, so that carries. It's basically what it. We leave the minutia up to you, Jana. All right. All right. All right. So where are we at now? Do you need your 15 minutes or?
Through you, your worship, the clerk can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe there's an outstanding capital item to talk about. I think it was parked.
So right now, what I have outstanding for approvals from what we have is I need to approve the total amount of the operating budget, which we have to figure that out. I had the outstanding capital budget approval. We have the number. We had originally, because we deferred it to the budget, the capital budget. We need to decide about the Great Lakes Canadian request and the Playroom Experiment request and that budget. And then I don't know if you said something about Parks and Rec?
No, I believe Parks and Rec is good.
I think Parks and Rec.
Anything else, as far as I know, is good.
Yeah. I thought we had, okay. All right. Okay, so council, would you like to either make a motion or does this require some more discussion before we move to that? Yeah, how do we structure this?
So right now, I have a proposed amendment that the 2026 the draft capital budget of $14,696,696.52 be approved as presented. It being noted, it includes $180,317 for projects that were initially approved in prior years, but have multi-year funding needs. And that the capital requests from the Great Lakes Canadians be deferred to future budget discussions. And I hadn't really figured out what you wanted to do with the playroom experiment.
Playroom experiment then. Defer. Counselor Heeman?
Could we defer it to looking at that future discussion? Once we have the report and concurrent with the general levy?
Is that's on? A seconder then for that? If that's the motion?
So we
Right.
want to defer.
You're deep in thought. Do you have
Yeah.
something?
So we're deferring. Sorry, we're deferring until we receive the staff report about the funding option for
Yeah, because
financing the property.
because we have a positive recommendation. It improves one of our existing assets. I think we are definitely conflicted on it, and if it definitely depends on what kind of levy we're looking at, whether, we can bear that, and then also there's the discussion of potentially a phased in approach with creating a shovel-ready grant proposal, so that could give time to actually, give us another option concurrent with that consideration. Defer until January.
Sorry about that. Okay, Counselor Crockett.
I would like to move to the same language as the Great Lake Canadians, which I believe was defer until the next budget. Yeah, budget.
Deferred to future budget years. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, a seconder for that motion, seconded by Deputy Mayor Smybert. All in favor? Anyone opposed? One opposed. The motion carries. All right, now, John, at this point, do you want to take a break and sort of regather your numbers and come back to
Oh,
us?
I need a mover and seconder for the capital part.
Oh,
For the
okay.
14,696,052 be approved.
Okay. Moved by Counselor Heeman and seconded by Deputy Mayor Smybert. All in favor? That carries.
Okay.
Okay. All right. We will reset. How much time would you like, John? 20 minutes? 4:15?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. That'd be plenty.
Okay. All right. Then we will now recess until 4:15. All right. Thank you. We're ready to resume our budget deliberations, so I'm going to turn it over to the Director of Finance at this time and go from there. Thanks, John, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just gonna try to get that revised decision point table up, and it'll give you the correct council approved numbers, and then I can speak to it. And I'm gonna go through this table. I will also then put up a screen showing the average impact to the taxpayer. I've revised those numbers so you can hear that. And then I'll turn it over to Jana, who will then provide you with the detailed motions to approve. Okay, so to maintain current service levels, we needed an additional $497,638, and that translates to a 4.03% increase in the tax levy. Legislative changes, it's $100,000 increase, an additional $100,000, and that remained the same at 0.18% of the tax levy, or the tax levy increase. The increase in level of services, there was 4 operating business cases that were approved, and they totaled 141,940, and that translates to a 1.16% increase to the tax levy. And then lastly, council approved a capital levy of 1% for fleet vehicles, and that totaled $123,454, and that again was a 1% increase in the tax levy. All total, that equated to a 6.7% increase in the tax levy for 2026. Go to that next slide, Michael. Oh, I will just point out that that includes assessment growth of 0.97%. So that was after assessment growth. So what has changed in this slide of my presentation earlier on was that Thames Center will experience a 6.7% increase in taxes. That's an additional $827,175 in tax revenue. That equates to a $73.63 increase in property tax bill for every $100,000 of assessment. It also equates to $267.33 increase to the average residential household assessed at $363,000, or it's $22.28 per month, or 73 cents per day. Now Jana will walk us through the detailed motions.
So the motions left that we have to deal with are that the 2026 proposed operating budget be approved in the gross amount of $21,760,471. That's the first one.
Okay. I'm sorry. You're moving that. Sorry, I shouldn't have that chicken wing. And seconded by Councillor Lockie. All in favor? None opposed, so that passes.
Okay, so the next one is that the 2026 water services operating budget be approved in the gross amount of $2,948,134 with the net amount of 0, which is in the amount of a 2% increase.
Okay, a mover, and it's moved by
That's
Councillor.
just water, not what you
Yeah,
want.
water. Moved by Councillor Lockie and seconded by Deputy Mayor Smyberg. All in favor? That carries.
Okay, and the final one is that the 2026 draft wastewater services operating budget be approved, sorry, not draft, the wastewater services operating budget be approved in the gross amount of $2,247,259, which nets them out of 0, which indicates a rate freeze.
A mover, Councillor Lockie, a seconder, Counselor Heeman, all in favor? None opposed, so that carries.
Okay, so now we are ready to,
With respect to, and that staff be directed to prepare necessary bylaw. Oh,
that's, I guess, the next question, because we haven't finalized, there's one report to come back that you want to, do you want to move forward and adopt
okay.
the bylaw at the next meeting, or do you want to, and make it that after that report, we have you can have an amendment, or would you like to just use the resolutions and move forward until we make the decision?
Counselor Heeman,
I think we should wait till we have the full picture.
all right,
So
a
that's why I-
seconder,
So I'm just
for the-
taking staff direction to hold off on bringing the bylaw.
so somebody to support that? Counselor Lockie? All in favor? Passes, Janet.
So then we would be, I'm assuming that we do not want another meeting this week, so we will have a meeting, a resolution that the special council meeting on December 11th, 2025 be canceled.
Moved by Counselor Heeman and seconded by Deputy Mayor Smybert. So all in favor? That passes.
Now you're at adjournment.
Yes. Deputy Mayor Smybert.
Sorry, just before we adjourn, I just wanted to thank John and Teresa and the senior leadership team for all your hard work and patience for today as we kind of deliberate through the budget, but very much appreciated. Really like the layout of the budget. Thought it was easy to read once we got started, working from back to front, but again, thanks for all your hard work.
Yeah, we all would echo that. Thank you. We know we've been through a lot, so it's extra special this year. Thank you. Okay, so now, before we adjourn, I just wanted to indicate that the next meeting of is tonight. How, who knew? So we'll be back here in a half an hour for a regularly scheduled meeting. And there will be no meeting on Thursday, the 11th, as just announced. So then Monday, January the 12th, 2026 at 5 p.m. will be our regularly scheduled next meeting. And so at this point, at 4:29 p.m., I would like to call for an adjournment. Councillor Crockett and Deputy Mayor Smybert. All in favor? All right, thanks so much.